Thanks, Gun Tanks. Are you talking about like the little YouTube shorts that we've been doing? I can definitely thank my producer for that kind of stuff. So he's been handling that a little bit more. Unfortunately, he's been busy, so we're a little behind on getting a bunch of stuff out there. Unfortunately, so. Oh yeah. Yeah, I definitely need to tell more of those things, but it's always like so hard for me to think of what to tell. That's always the hardest, because these stories can come from anywhere or from any like trigger, you know what I mean? And so like I always end up having like some of these cool things. What the hell? Oh, I see. I was like, why is there a best Marvel rival streamer category? I was like, wait, why did they get their own cat? Oh, I see. Presented by Marvel's rivals. Okay. Oh, this is a different award, Gun Tanks. This is not the streamer. This is not the Game Awards. This is the Streamer Awards. So, trying to give awards to streamers out there, and regardless, it's causing some drama. Hey, look at this! All of a sudden, I got a hype train out of nowhere. What's up? Okay, shoot. Okay, guys, give me a second here. What am I trying to do? Who would I nominate? It's a really good question, actually. I don't think I'm the best person to answer that question, honestly, because I don't think I watch enough streams out there. I don't think I watch enough like individual streams out there. I'm surprisingly very, very lax when it comes to watching Twitch myself. There's actually, God, these categories are so, best vertical live streamer? Vertical live streamer. Okay, all right. Sure. Stream game of the year. Best content organization. Best international streamer. You're gonna throw all the international guys into one place. What happened with Shaka, Rio? Best stream duo? Best streamed collab? Well, if I voted on this, I would have to vote for Zelina Vega just because. Best marathon stream? Hi, Nathan. Hi, buddy. Best streamed event, best streamed series, best VTuber, yeah, that's just the thing, is like I don't even recognize most of these people, you know, it's crazy. This mean? Like, how do they even decide, like, who the hell, like, even picks, like, all these, and, like, the category is so big. I mean, I guess it's kind of what you do, right? But, like, it's just so tough because there's so many goddamn, like, streamers and stuff like that. Like, how do you really... I mean, it has to be based on popularity through some form or another, right? So, All right. Let me get you guys started at least a little bit over here. I don't even think I've turned on my camera. Hang on a second, guys. Something. Let's see over here. Yeah, it has to be popularity based at least a little bit, because if it's not, like, you know, like, how do you, like, someone could just be out there with the most incredible production value in the entire world, but they're like not even in any sort of public eye. So how do we even like process that, you know? Yeah, just for the one day, unfortunately. So it's it was a one-time thing while Tubo was in town. Since he had never actually been on the show live before, we decided to just do that. Oh, that's right. I know what's wrong here. Oh, crap. I have two of these. That's why. I was like, God, why is the camera angle so messed up? Because I have two of these. Okay, yeah, okay, let's do this. I can't rename this, right? If I rename it, I rename them all, right? Ah, okay, yeah. Can I? Okay, I can. It's really annoying, actually. Okay. Well, what we'll do is I'll throw this all the way at the bottom so I know it's something weird. Okay. There we go. Okay, and then what do I want to do? Oh. Alright. Interesting. 70% fan vote. Let's see. Cat streamer? I don't know. How often does Sajam have his cats on his stream? But I need to, I mean, I'm still planning to do a whole bunch of, I still need to change a lot of stuff over here. So I plan to like do a whole bunch of like, changing the layout and all this other stuff. And I just haven't had a chance to because shockingly busy for not being busy. You know, it's just one of those weird things. Like, we got a lot of things to do. Like, yes, last week I was gone for like most of the week. So, you know, Tubo was in town, so we did the Tuesday show thing. And then I met with them the next day to grab dinner again. And then the next day out of that, I actually left town. I was actually out of town for 3 days. I think I came back Saturday. And then on Sunday and yesterday, Sunday and Monday, I just kind of went into like crazy cleaner mode, which was kind of nice because I haven't done that in a while, and I've needed to do that for a while now. So I'm not mad about that at all. Well, Maximilian should, well, we'll talk about this a little bit more, but Maximilian should be nominated. However, I think he's vocally said to not accept him as a nomination. I think he vocally said I will not allow myself to be nominated because he wants other people to stand out, essentially, which, I mean, again, this is a very interesting topic here. A very, very interesting topic. Oh, he got the Legacy Award. Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, so there's really kind of no reason for him to be nominated at this point, so. But yeah, needless to say, it's all kind of a weird situation, and again, a lot deeper than I think people think it is, as usual. Sorry guys, hang on a second. I'll be getting to you guys in a second. Trying to finish something over here. Let's see, and then do this like so. This. Alright, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, there's really, honestly, no reason once you actually have that kind of an award. So, hang on a second. Let's go ahead and start the stream real quick for you guys. Just, we'll do the standard, you know, let everybody kind of jump on in here. Whoa. Oh my God, my brain is hurting right now. Okay, there we go. That should look, okay, there we go. All right, so let's just do this here. Alright, we're just gonna do a quick thing. Oh, weird. That's weird how that because I need to, because the camera actually just has a different, what happened? Wait a second. What the hell is going on over here? Hey, Jasmine, what are you doing? Jasmine's doing the cat thing of knocking stuff over. What are you doing, Jasmine? Oh, and I forgot to set up the thingamajig. Hang on a second. Let's do this. Yoink. There we go. And then let's do this. Like so. Boop. All right. There we go. Okay. Then I turn this off. Yeah, there we go. That looks better here. That looks better. What's up, Bull Sad Guy? Yeah, actually, it wasn't too bad of a weekend. Like I was just saying before the stream started that I was traveling a little bit this weekend, part of it, and then on Sunday I was home, but I used that day. Hey, Nathan, I used that mostly as a cleaning day, really. So oh, hey, did you just punch my arm, Nathan? What are you doing? What are you doing, Nathan? What are you doing? Hi. But I did manage to do a lot of cleaning this past weekend. Not the weekend, but Sunday and Monday I did a lot of cleaning. So I feel good, even though my home is still a goddamn mess. It always still feels like it's nice to get a little bit in there. And then I don't know, I've been feeling a little more, well, so the thing is, like, after I got back from traveling, I slept, like, a really freaking long time on one day, and I think that actually just helped me a lot, because I know my ADHD meds sometimes don't feel like they kick in very well for me, but my psychiatrist, my previous psychiatrist, I should say, had mentioned that a lot of that has to do with sleep as well. Because if you don't actually get good sleep, like, it doesn't help. Like, it's just not gonna, the ADHD meds can't do what they want to do. You know what I mean? Like, they can't actually help the way that you would like it to help. So what is going on here? Why did it do that? Hang on a second. Preview. There we go. I just want to make sure that this. Oh, whoa! It's actually too wide. Interesting. All right. So if I did this like so, then I can actually do. Let's see here. I guess we can, you know, cut off the side a little bit. It's not going to hurt, obviously. There we go. Let's see. Oh, whoa, that's weird. That's very bizarre why it does that. But I think that's right. I think that's good there. But why is the position so messed up? Like, why is it the position is so messed up? Okay, there we go. There we go. Hi, Jasmine. Oh, did I do it this way so I could make it flush with the top thing up there? Yeah, that probably looks a little better. Let's see here. Well, that's so weird that my position count isn't even moving at all. Okay, that looks fine. That looks fine. Well, it's not really like random. Thank you, Gibby. I was just about to do that. Oh man. Hi, Jasmine. Oh, sorry. Did I surprise you? Did I scare you? Did I scare you, Jasmine? Oh, hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. So the reason why I have this camera view on right now is because I haven't fed the cats their midday meal yet, so they're going to be very hungry. Hang on a second. Just trying to check to see the top border if it looks right. It's actually one too high. Let me move it. I'm being OCD right now, guys, so please ignore me. Well, you can't ignore me because I'm the streamer here. So let's see. Is that correct now? I need a white background. There we go. Yeah, it looks correct now. Okay. All right, I haven't fed the cats yet, so I'm going to go ahead and feed the cats on stream right now. Otherwise, they're going to be running around all over the place, meowing at me, and for good reason, too, because they'd be very, very hungry. So let's just go ahead and feed these guys. All right, let's do this. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. Do you want to go eat? You want to go eat? If I make kissy noises, are you going to get all excited? Oh, yeah, look at that. You're not getting excited? Come on, Nathan. Oh, Jasmine. Oh, Jasmine's getting excited. There she goes. Yes, Jasmine. Oops. Something weird is happening over here. Hang on a second, guys. Why won't you let me unmute my stream? What is happening? Hello? Hello? And then I came back here. Nathan, what are you jumping up for? It's not right. No, Nathan, no, back down. Down, Nathan, down, 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 down. I haven't gotten you your food yet, but I can't. Oh, there. Weird thing, just like wouldn't unmute for some strange reason. Oh, okay, there we go. All right, let's watch the sharks as they circle, waiting for their food. There you go. Hi, sharks. Hi, cat. Oh, that's the weird thing. Like, I'm not actually doing anything, but it's not sure whether to use one camera or the other. So it keeps switching cameras. Come here, Jasmine. Come here, do the cookie. Yeah, hi. Hi, they can't see it because it's being blocked by the thing. Okay, it just got blocked by the other camera. But yeah, it's like it can't decide which camera to use because it's like, is this actually blocked or oh, see, like it's doing that weird thing. Do this maybe. That probably won't work too well, but we'll see what happens here. Oh boy, I'm out of that, so I've actually got to replenish this. Okay, hang on a second, guys. It's gonna take a little longer than expected. It's a cat. Meow all day. Just meow all day. Okay. Okay. Also, Again, also, I cannot read the chat right now because I am feeding my cats. Feeding my cats. Can't look at the chat. And I can't look at the chat at the same time. Can you guys even hear me at all? I'm trying to see something. Um, can you guys hear me at all? Just making sure. I'm gonna mute my regular mic. There we go. Okay. Hi, Nathan. I mean, if you guys said there's double audio, that's better than no audio, right? So, um, oh boy. Yes, Nathan. Yes, Nathan. Yes, your food is coming. Yes. Yes, your food is coming. I know. I know. What kind of a cruel master makes their cats only eat 3 times a day? Like, that's just so messed up. Hmm. Meow, meow. Yes, yes, cats. Yes, yes, food is coming. Yes, don't worry. Okie dokie. There you go, Jasmine. There you go. Come on, Nathan. Power meow. There it was. Power meow. Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. All right, let's do this here. Now you guys can see my ugly mug, only temporarily, so I can set this up so you guys can watch Nathan eat his food. There we go. There we go. I hope you can hear us chewing too. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Are you meowing at me? It's always funny because he doesn't meow at me when he's in this mode. He just does this weird. I don't know what that is. Oh boy, oh boy. All right, let's switch back to the camera over here. I don't know what these different cameras are. Like, I should look it up. Oh wow, whoa! This made thing look all wide, and look how big Nathan is. That's weird. Okay, let's just try back dual camera. What does that even mean? I don't even know what a dual camera is. I should figure out what all this stuff means one of these days. Oh man. Hey Nathan, what a good boy. Just try to let you listen to him chew and oh god, are you done already? Is that it? Is that it, Nathan? Oh yeah, you just got like crumbs in there, which he's gonna lick his bowl clean, as he always does, as you can see. Like, there's no food in there, but he's just trying to lick it clean. Look at that. I swear part of me thinks that there's got to be something wrong with him. Like, Olaf has always said that maybe like check his thyroid or something like that, because like I said, he's so food motivated, and the stuff that he does to like get food is like crazy. Like, he's literally just like, will find food anywhere he can and get into everything. And it's just I'll leave things alone for a minute, and like he'll keep an eye on me to see if I like come back. And then if I don't, like he will go and try to eat whatever he can find. Like it's crazy. Like I remember just eating like some fried chicken, put the bones, in a bag and just like tied it up, and I put it somewhere like temporarily, and then I just like walked into the bathroom to use the bathroom, and by the time I came out, he had already gotten into it. And dude, like this cat is crazy, dude. What is wrong with you, Nathan? What is wrong with you? Huh? What is wrong with you? Mm, Stupid, silly cat. Oh, well, good boy. And then there's Jasmine, who's the angel. Yeah, hi, Jasmine. Good girl. Good girl. Oh, okay. All right. That does that here. We'll let Jasmine slowly eat while Nathan waits to lick her bowl clean. So let's do this over here. Let's turn this off. Turn this on. Little bit of echo, sorry, but we should be good now. Let's see. The cat awards. I mean, I still want them to create that category of just catting. Bloody roar. Oh my god. God, I wonder which character these two would pick for their bloody roar character. Oh man. Give me 1 second, guys. I just need to double check something. So I did have a bunch of stuff that I wanted to talk about today. Unfortunately, I didn't get all the stuff that I wanted ready to go. And there's something very weird about that. Why does the camera look so fuzzy? Like the camera looks like it's really fuzzy. Like do I look like, or is this how it normally looks? Because if this is how it normally looks, I need to get a better camera. I gotta stop using this camera. Is this how it normally looks, or it's just not? Or does this look fuzzier to you guys? Like the lighting is worse this time. Ooh, excuse me, than normal. It's an old video camera. So a long time ago, when we first started doing the Tuesday show, the webcams weren't as good, and I remember Seglia just suggesting to us to just get a video camera. So that's what we did. We have a video camera, but like, I have this weird feeling that nowadays it's probably not good. Yeah, there's something weird with that, but let's see here. Contrast, what if I do? Oh god, that made it way too dark. Brightness? Yeah. Okay, that was crazy. Yeah, look how fuzzy it looks when I do stuff like start to mess with it a little bit. There's something more about it. Like I feel like it hasn't been like this on most days. Like this feels a little different here. Hang on. No, it can't be that because you guys can't see that. But like, I don't think that there's anything going on over here. Weird. Now, like I said, I don't remember it looking like this fuzzy before. Let me turn the camera off and on, see if that helps a little bit. Ugh. like I said, my stream setup is kind of messed up. I'm not a fan of it, but looks the same. Looks the same. I'm not sure. Well, until I figure out what the hell, I mean, it hasn't been this bad before, right? Like, for those of you who have watched me week after week, has it always looked like this, or am I crazy? Like, has it always looked this fuzzy? Like, I don't remember it looking like this before. Is anybody still there? Oh, man. Because it's definitely not like dirt fuzz. It's definitely a lighting problem fuzz, which is weird. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at it on a small screen, I think if you full screen it, you'll notice it. Obviously, when you actually don't full screen it, it looks a little bit better. Let me try this. Okay, let's see. Let's do that. Whoops. I need a lighting expert to come into my house and fix my lighting. That's what I need. Okay. But the real answer is just that I just need to change the way my cameras are set up, honestly. Yeah, it's not going to get any better than this, honestly, so whatever. Okay. I'm going to have to get a new webcam or something like that to replace this old video camera, because this whole system that I have is really awkward and very, very annoying to use. So, yeah, that's what I'm suspecting, too. It's probably from just noise from the camera. So, yeah, I mean, let me know if you're ever in town, Gibby. I'm always down to hang out and chill and stuff like that. So, okay. Yeah, we're definitely going to be talking about some streamer awards stuff. But before I get to the streamer awards stuff, just wondering if there's anything in particular that anybody feels like they want to, bring up or get my opinion on. Oh, that's right. What I was saying was that I did want to do something else today as well, but I just didn't get it ready yet. So I definitely do want to talk about Street Fighter League. I wanted to talk about Street Fighter League because a lot of cool things, honestly. I think that Street Fighter League being live just makes it so much better. It's so much better that it's live. But also, the matches have been kind of crazy and a little bit more erratic than, I guess, like the results have been more erratic than I was anticipating. So like I said, I want to talk about that at some point, but I wanted to talk about it in far more detail than I can right now. So the Discord topic oh, that's right. What did I have that written as? Shoot. Let me see. What was that? I'm gonna have to find a clip of my previous stream here. What is happening? What the hell is that? What is happening to my machine? Something very weird is happening here. What in the world? Okay, you know what? I'm closing you because you are freaking me out. All right, let's go over here. Let's go over here. It was 2 weeks ago, right? Obviously not counting last week because last week was the trio of us hanging out here. So what was that? It was yes, John the Automaton. I always want to do replay streams. I just like keep forgetting to get to them and stuff, and like I don't have it set up properly because I wanted to award like subscribers to be able to, pick like be able to pick what match they want me to analyze. The Discord fighter struggle is what it was. Okay. I'm kind of okay. There it is. Jesus, it took a while for that thing to come up. Okay, let's see. So yeah, okay, the Discord fighter struggle. Yeah. So what I wanted to talk about in that segment was just basically, how it was kind of piggybacking off of a tweet that I put out. Some people after SWC were talking about how amazing the KOF 15 finals were and like the Fatal Fury finals, outside of the fact that it was Marco versus Hokuto, like over and over and over again. Like besides that, like the matches were really good. The King of Fighters 15 was incredible. And, a lot of people online were like, you know what? Like, why aren't people playing these games? More people should be playing these games. And you had all the people coming out being like, yeah, like, I love this game. This game's so good. Like, legit, King of Fighters is one of the best games, et cetera, et cetera. And, you get a lot of the SNK folks just being like, why aren't more people playing these games, right? And, I then just immediately tweeted out, I was like, if you want more people to play your game, one of the number one ways to get people to play and stay interested is ranked, unfortunately, is ranked matches. Like most people, and it's crazy because when I tweeted this, like the amount of replies I got immediately from everybody. Actually, you know what? Let me just do this really quick. Let's do this. Okay, let's do this. Let's see, what does that look like? There you go. Okay. All right. So the thing about it is, if you really want your game to succeed and grow a player base, unfortunately, and I'm going to say unfortunately because, I've often said that I think ranked is like an awful way to play a game. Like I've always been like, yeah, you shouldn't put this much on rank, blah, 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 blah. But the problem is that this is how we play fighting games. Ranked is how we play fighting games. And when I posted up this tweet where I basically just said that, one of the best ways to grow your scene is to always have people on ranked, like to have people to run into on ranked. And the craziest thing about it is I got so many replies from people being like, yes, yes, yes. And I'm looking for my own tweet here so you guys can get an idea of how it goes. I've recently switched to playing only ranked. In all the other modes, I found it difficult to find variety and players around my level. Yeah, that's the thing, is like ranked also tries to filter your opponents at your level, right? You're not just always going to get paired with somebody who's going to kick your ass. However, if there's not a lot of players out there, yes, you will just get your ass kicked because you will get paired up with like ridiculous players. It's definitely happened to me, like when I was playing, I think it was Under Night. Like I was playing Under Night and I'm like, let's get back into Under Night. And then I'm like, like bronze rank or silver rank, and I run into somebody who was like super high ranked, and it's just like, right. So there are people who just don't play ranked, Gibby, but it's very, very different than that these days. Let me see here. Definitely tweet too much here. I retweet too much here. I wish there was a way that you could filter your timeline so that you were the only person, that you would only see your own tweet. Oh, man. Okay, here we go. What I tweeted was, some people may not like hearing this. So let's do this over here. Like this. Okay, well, you guys can't see anything. I gotta zoom that in. Okay, some people may not like hearing this, but perhaps the biggest appeal of a fighting game for newer players, is having lots of people to fight in ranked plus good netcode. If we talk about games that deserve more love and should have more players, people have got to queue up. I don't know how to make it happen, but communities need to queue up during peak hours of their region so casuals and new players can find matches. Players of all skill levels need to queue up to be able to be matched up with. Discord fighters are very hard to grow a scene for. And in case you don't know what I mean by Discord fighters, a lot of fighting games out there where you have to go to a Discord and go, hey, does anybody want to play a match? And you just hope somebody sees it and hope somebody is willing to play you. I've tried to turn my Discord into a generic hub for people to find matches, but I just don't have enough people on my Discord. And I don't know, outside of like just streaming more and being more consistent here, like there's no way I'm going to be able to get more people into my Discord, like just randomly. It's gonna have to happen organically as I build up a bigger and bigger community. Yeah, I mean, you say SNK community equals Discord, but that's also all anime games. Like every anime game ends up being this way. If you're a Blaze Blue player, a Grand Blue player, even Guilty Gear Strive, because I've heard the netcode is so messed up on that game right now. I'd love to hear your take on that, Rio Ayanami, but like, I really do think that this is a big factor, right? So I say we play video games, which means we're most likely introverted or shy. Having to contact people on Discord to play is such a major roadblock for many new people. It is easy to do, but trust me, it's just enough of an extra step that makes many players feel like it's not worth it. Right? And this is the key factor right here. This is the key factor here. And if you actually look at like a lot of the responses to me over here, this is why crossplay is an absolute necessity, 100%. As a newer fighting game player this year, and I've tried mostly every fighting game, but Street Fighter has been my favorite. And a big part of that is because I know I can queue up fast and keep improving. Right? This is so important here. Yeah, it's so important. I just said it. You can kind of just be anonymous and queue up, whereas in Discord, you feel exposed. Like, you don't want people to know you as a person that they can access anytime in the Discord, right? That's the thing. If you're like, hey, anybody want to play me? If somebody else is like, yeah. But then, like, if you play, like, if the guy gets really mad at you, they can just, like, on Discord, just be like, you jerk, how did you, like, there's certain factor of anonymity and not having to expose yourself. Like, you'll play ranked online and people will be like, let's go to a private room, and you're like, I know this trick, and you just quit, basically. Like, you don't even talk to them. And this is about one-player content, which of course is true. Again, I want more single-player content, different story, whole different discussion over here. It's still an issue when you're vastly outperforming a casual player. What to do? Softly throw. Yeah, this is kind of a situation over here too. If you are the player that's out there that, you know, runs into weaker players, like, how do you fight them? Do you just, you're gonna learn today, son, or try to like encourage them? But that's why, if you need rank to succeed, people of all levels need to jump on at the same time. If it's just the experts and the pros jumping on, that's not going to help the lower levels. Having someone at your level to just randomly run into is super important. Right, matchmaking is necessary for finding opponents, but is not for finding friends, and friends are more important for growing a community, says Rio Ayanami. Like, I get it. You are absolutely 100% correct. And 90% of the people who play fighting games online won't do that. That's just not what they're interested in. And we'll get to that a little bit more as we scroll down through some of these responses. You're right, and I've been talking about this forever. Fighting games are a social genre. You have to have friends to be able to play. It makes it better, etc., etc. But again, a lot of people are not looking for that. That's the thing. A lot of people are not looking for that. Crossplay is absolutely important, and all the other fighting games nominated in the Game Awards for their accessibility and their design work. How do you feel about games nominated for Best Fighting Game category this year? I haven't looked at that yet, Casey Fusion, so I'll take a look in a little bit. Okay. A lot of games are spam fest. So someone replied to me, Fatal Fury equals spam fest. And I said, a lot of games are spam fest. A lot of games aren't. But why should that be seen as a negative? MVC2 is one of the longest lasting, most revered games ever. And that game is all about filling the screen with as much shit as possible. It's silly to hold all games to one standard. So that's how it works, man. Another thing for me personally is finding players my level. I took advantage of when DOA 6 went on sale years after release, which attracted new players. I was able to learn the game easier. And I say, yeah, that's one of the benefits of having lots of player on ranked. That means there are also more likely to be players of your skill level to challenge. Otherwise, you are a novice and then on ranked run into Evo top 8 player extraordinaire and get whopped. Another person says, is just one polemic topic in the FT? Oh, no, this is a completely different thing. Okay, well, there's a real obstacle in that it's insanely hard to get someone into a fighting game that isn't already willing to wade through their salt. This is a whole nother conversation as well. But yeah, like, you have to figure out how to help people learn, basically. But you're missing costumes. And yeah, like, yeah, costumes for sure we need. Add crossplay for sure. Yep, that's how every other successful multiplayer game works. Takes seconds to find a match in Call of Duty, and it's been like that since 2007. It's kind of insane that Street Fighter 6 is the first fighting game to nail that. And even then, I think there's some things it could do better. Yeah, and it's not that Street Fighter 6 has figured out a way to nail that. It's just that there are more people playing Street Fighter 6 than most fighting games. Street Fighter 6 is super, super popular. And so, like I said, it's a different kind of thing, right? Like, it's not, it's like they didn't, like, the magic formula Street Fighter 6 figured out was, hey, let's have good net play and let's make the game fun. You know, stuff like that, right? Like, that's a completely different thing. Hang on a second. I'm trying to do something here. Oh, God, what did I just do? Okay, there we go. Plus. Paste this. There we go. Okay, so later on we'll look at that. Let's go back to... Where was I? I was over here, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, crossplay including Switch 2 and PlayStation 4. Yeah, exactly. It's so good. Exactly. I always joke that the most expensive thing in fighting games is finding friends to play and grow with. In many older titles, you can barely find matches online. And even if you do, the netcode is rough. Hang on a second. Okay, there we go. SF6 nailed it. Buy the game, queue up, and just enjoy playing. And this is the important part. So what a lot of people say, like, oh, you need to make friends, like I said, what Rio said is 100% true, and I completely agree. However, like I said, I don't think that's how 90% of the people are playing fighting games online. It's just really how it comes out to, and because one of the biggest bases of players is this. Yeah, says, this person tweeted, yeah, after a day of work, all we want to do is turn on the game, set ranked matches, and play. Nobody wants to be dependent on being lucky enough to have an online friend to play with. And this is the most important thing. This is the audience that a lot of people aren't thinking of, especially all of us on Twitter in the FGC. Because we live a certain life. We live and breathe this. If you're on Twitter and if you're watching my stream and everything like that, like, you're already there, and like you're gonna jump in and be like, I'll come to a Discord and find some opponents, right? But this is, yeah, sometimes we don't want to socialize after work. Exactly, Joiner. And you're just tired. And like I said, the anonymity is great, right? And sometimes it's like, oh God, I finally got the baby to bed. My wife is going to sleep. I'm going to play now. It's 1 a.m. And what do you don't want to call your friends at 1 a.m. and be like, hey, you up? Let's play. You know, like you just, I'm just going to jump on Raked and play right now, you know, kind of a thing. And so, like, you know, ranked is a matter of convenience. And this is, I mean, honestly, I just thought of this. I just thought of saying it this way, but this is exactly what it is. Ranked is a matter of convenience. What it does is it matches you up with somebody who you can assume is at your level without having to do any work. And you can just play. And as a person who suffers from ADHD, and I know a lot of other people, you know, there's always going to be ADHD to a varying degree, but any roadblock you put in front of the ability for you to play the thing that you play the way you want to play it will be enough to make you just go, and go do something else, right? Like, that's just going to happen. You're not gonna, like, if I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh, okay, I gotta jump on Discord, message, see if anybody responds. Okay, so you message it, and you sit there and you start surfing the web or playing a different game, and then you just forget you even put the message in the Discord in the first place, or someone does say, hey, I'll play, like 15 minutes later, and by then you're just like, I'm not in the mood anymore. Like, you're done, right? Like, you're just mentally done. So if you have any sort of roadblock, you won't play. And a lot of the times, Discord fighters end up becoming self-fulfilling prophecies. So a lot of people will be like, I can't find anyone online. Oh, it's a Discord fighter. I'll go to Discord. And then you're not available for anyone to find. You're not available for anyone to find. Right? And that's a problem. And so the player base is not going to grow. It's not going to grow because the people that you're trying to get to grow a scene, you're not trying to find the sweaty people who want to level up and actually like improve, right? To grow a scene, you need to find the people who are just having enough fun to kick it and play and to keep playing and, you know, a lot of the times that's what leads to growth. They just keep playing, they just keep getting better, they're not thinking about it. Or at some point in time, they might just be like, you know what, I'm actually not doing too bad. Or like, you know what, like, I really like this game. I want to see if I can get better. Like, let's actually delve deeper into this. The problem is you can't target the people. And again, I've said this a million times because this is how my commentary works. It used to work, but I'm changing that now because I have to. But like, we shouldn't be targeting the people who are here already. We shouldn't be expecting the people that we want to get into the scene to be able to think like we do and play the game the way we do. Discord, friends, and like this gets more like sweaty and da 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 da. Like, so many people just want to play. So many people just want to play, not think. They don't want to work at that. Like, they want to play the game. They're willing to work at the game, but they don't want to work at getting a match, right? So if there's no ranked, nobody can get a match. And so what he says here, or what they say here, I'm not going to make any assumptions here. All we want to do is turn on the game, set ranked matches, and play, right? And so, you know, and then the next tweet, yes, the average new player just wants to open the game, queue, and find different people to play. Before he knows about Discord Fighter, he needs to like the game. And this is a step where you need queue. Even more, the difference of skill of a player in queue and on Discord is huge. Exactly. Which is why in the matchmaking that I have on my Discord, I split people by skill level, right? Like that was my intention, because I don't want people to, you know, have to fight someone significantly stronger than they are. Right, exactly. If the player base is that small, says Forrest in the chat, everyone will be the same rank anyway, just going by numbers, because there aren't many. Yeah, most of the people who are playing are going to be pretty good if they're still playing ranked at this point for a lot of these games, right? Someone says, you really experienced going from a Discord fighter to playing Street Fighter 6 where you can queue up for a match, no problem, yeah? This person says no console for release for 2XKO is killing the game. I mean, they need to get this out, because one of the hardest things about video games is that we are splintered, right? This is another thing that hurts our scene and why crossplay is so important, because, you know, if you're a moviegoer, if you rent it on Netflix, or if you go to the theater, I'm sorry, not rent it on, like if you rent it on Amazon, right? Like on Amazon Video or whatever like that, so you don't have to wait till it shows up for free on a streaming service, or if you buy a Blu-ray, or if you know, just wait till it streams out on free, or you went to the theater to go see it, or you just went to a friend, you're all watching the same movie and you can discuss the same movie together as a group. When you are playing a video game, you want to play online. If you have different platforms that don't have crossplay, you can't play with each other. And that is a huge problem. That is a huge problem. And it says, you are right. I started playing fighting games 2 months ago, and I first tried to play Street Fighter 6 because I can I think he said, oh yeah, because I find a match on ranked. Then tried Guilty Gear, but didn't understand why I can't find players, so I quit. And I'm only playing Street Fighter 6 because it's easy to find players. And see, like, these are not the people that you're going to be able to say, well, you should go to Discord because it'll make it better if you find friends to play. Like, this is not their goal. Again, we have to take into account what the goals of different people are. And that's one of the hardest things, because if you're tweeting about fighting games on Twitter, you have a different goal than all of these people, okay? And like, people don't address this audience a lot. And so, like, it's just like, you can't sit there and talk about what it takes to become a strong player, because a lot of these people couldn't give a crap if they became a strong player. They like fighting games, they like Street Fighter, they just want to play, they just want to have fun. And so jumping on ranked and being able to find matches is super important. It is absolutely one of the most crucial things about getting people to play your fighting game. This is one of the main reasons why I play Street Fighter. I don't have to go through Discord to facilitate matches. I work overnights and play during my downtime. If ranked doesn't have people to play, I find something that does. And see, here's a different audience. Somebody who has an hour break and decides to go play. You don't want to go to Discord and be like, and waste your time going, hey guys, anybody want to play? And waiting for like 5 minutes, 15 minutes for someone to respond. Like, you just like, I have a break. I can play. Jump online, play. Cool, I'm done, go. You know? Yeah, and yeah. I mean, you say it's like the rich getting richer with Street Fighter 6 being the rich, but that's my whole point of my original tweet. So we'll get back to that in a second. What's up, Shay? Glad to see you here. Always glad to see you here. Well, the thing about it is, again, but we're talking about ranked here, right? Like, but the reason why ranked is important is not because people want to get better. It's because you are more likely to have a chance to be paired up with somebody who is at your level. That's the most important thing about ranked, right? So that's why ranked is an important mode and why ranked has to have a lot of people on it. And a really good single player. Yes. Oh God. Yeah, see, like this guy's just like, I just want to play, you know, Hunter, and then Impact, please. Availability of being able to play someone from across the country with good net play. I remember when we talked about how Japan can just take a train ride to play someone from another area and how top players can just play in the same arcade. We have that nowadays. Yep. But again, like, we need that availability of players. 100%. It's so hard to get into small fighting game as a new player if your only human options are people way better than you. No doubt, a game can be as awesome as people want to say, but if I can't find a match at low mid level, and if Discord matches don't work out, then what's even the point? City of the Wolves, good netcode, good matchmaking, next to no players in ranked, and pretty much a Discord fire where I am. Makes it really hard to play it when I can't just queue up and have to ping a Discord to hopefully get games. Again, as a person who is starting to understand my own ADHD and, you know, being the kind of person that now believes that everybody has ADHD, OCD, autism, whatever, to varying degrees, you know, any little extra step will make you not want to do it. That's it. Yeah, but playing against the computer is useless. Oh my God. Playing against the computer is it's like, it's just annoying because you just try. Well, like I said, unfortunately, Street Fighter 6 has a really good computer. When I played City of the Wolves computer, I found like a hack, like an exploit, right? I just found an exploit that I could just use to blow up the computer. It might have been the same one that Maximilian was using, and I just stole it from him. But that's the thing, is like you're finding exploits, and that's not necessarily fun, right? Newer and also older players with less time, me, I just want to hop and go. I just want to hop and go. I don't want to go to Discord or sometimes even deal with people. Again, that's the whole point of my third tweet in this thread, which I was like, we're all introverts, okay? We're playing video games. We're all introverts. We just came back from work or running errands and dealing with other humans. We don't want to deal directly with other humans, right? I just want to sit down and play, you know, kind of things. Fighting games also should really be more clear that ranked will give you better matches despite being the serious mode. If you want to get 99-0'd in a set versus a dude in the arcade, that's hub. Despite the scary name, that's not ranked. Yeah, I mean, I get what he's saying. Basically, what I was saying is that you get matched up with people who are your skill level. Like, the game itself will take care of that part for you, and that's really important, that you don't have to go out of the way to find somebody at your strength. Because you could also just be like, go to the Discord and be like, Anybody want to play? And someone's like, I'll play. And you go play and you just find out like this is like actually like goes the combo breaker and makes it out a pools level player. And you're just getting stomped and you're just like, I'm not having any fun. You're like, obviously you're not mad at the guy. You're like, hey, you're a little too good for me, but thanks. You know, I appreciate you, blah, 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 blah. But now you just lost like 30 minutes, right? Like you lost 30 minutes to something that you didn't enjoy necessarily. This person just responded to me, facts. If I notice that I'm fighting the same people too often, I just stop playing. 2xKO, that was already happening on Diamond. Maybe it's because of lobbies, I don't know. So another person says, City of the Wolves is a Discord fighter for Europe. I would love to play if people played. So again, like you could see how many people are just like, they don't want to do the Discord fighter thing. I agree, but then again, having a good deal of casual things to do is also appealing. Yeah, so we're talking about, one player mode, like I said, which is a different conversation, which is a completely different conversation. I recently started teaching my friend how to play Street Fighter 6, but to be honest, watching beginners play is really torture. My friend and I couldn't think of any way to teach him. My friend's level is higher than mine, which is considered good among casual players. Different thing, different topic over here. That's right. As a beginner, you don't want to get thrashed all day. Having more people to play gives you a chance to play against a wider variety of skill levels. Yes, the online needs to be as smooth as possible. I don't want to see what's down here. Good post. Oh, okay. If a fighting game has crossplay, rollback, and ranked mode, the best thing the community can do is just use the freaking ranked mode if you want new people to try the game. This is a different thing, having problem. This is also a big problem when you don't live in a region with a large player base. I live in South Africa, and the ranked queue is so thin for the most popular games, basically only Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8, that sometimes I can't even find matches and can't grow and rank up. Hey, thank you for redeeming those coins in the channel. Let's see, what are good examples of single player content for casuals? Richard, I know that this is very significant for you, because, obviously you'd like to know what kind of single player content to put into stuff. Again, I mean, I know you've heard me talk about tutorials. I know you've heard me talk about tutorials a billion times. What's up, the Nominees? I'm guessing that's the Nominees and not then Amies. World Tour is basically one of the best ones, but also a really good story mode. So Mortal Kombat 9 and X, I think, are good examples. I know 11 was a little... I think X was a little lacking. I know MK1 is like missing a lot of stuff. I know Injustice, like my friend put like hundreds of hours into Injustice 2 and he never played online. He literally never played online. That was a good way. That's a good single player content. But like I said, I think tutorials in fighting games are all awful, although you have to have them so that... See, the thing about it is like, again, we have to understand that everybody learns differently, that everybody's brain is different, and so we can't force everybody to learn the same way, right? Some people say, I hate training mode. I get bored in training mode. I have to play. They learn differently than the people like me who will spend more time in training mode than in actual matches because I can't stop discovering things and testing things and I just get fascinated by this, right? So in the same way, if you make a fighting game, you have to have the tutorials where it's literally, this is how the system works. This is how you do this. And a lot of people are going to play it and be like, interesting. And then when they're like, oh, what did this do? They'll go back to the tutorial and try to look it up or something like that. But there are people out there who will only do the tutorials to get the trophy or whatever, like, achievement. And otherwise, they just don't care, or they just might not do it at all, right? Like, so they may never actually do it. But you've got to help those people learn as well. So that's why you have the really intelligent mini games. Again, break the targets, the home run contest, as well as board the platforms. Although they took away board the platforms, and I'm not sure why they took that away from Melee. But if you go to Melee, the home run contest and break the targets has always been my favorite set of tutorials, because they don't know that it's a tutorial. They're just doing stuff. And again, if you think about the way that those differentiate the skill, like, it's so clever how Nintendo, aka Sakurai, developed them, because home run contest was about doing damage and was only about doing damage. You basically didn't move. You were just on the platform. But it also taught you about the direction you were hitting things, right? Even if it got to the point where you knew there were some moves you could never use because it would launch things, you learned that those were the moves that launched things, right? So, like, now you kind of had this idea, like, oh, I want to do damage, but I don't want to knock them away, so I'm not going to do these moves. And then when you play in a real match, you're like, oh, well, I want to do damage, or I do want to knock them away. So there was that move that it taught you about sweet spots, because you would hit with the bat, and sometimes it would go crazy, and sometimes it would just kind of thud out, or sometimes it wouldn't. You'd be like, what? And you realize that you had sweet spots all of a sudden, and you had to keep the thing on the platform, so you were learning how to juggle and chase after things and manipulate and all this stuff. Like, you could do a lot of really sick things like that, and that's all that it taught you. Now, when you go to the break the targets, all of a sudden, it's all about movement and how to use your moves. They would put targets somewhere, and you'd be like, what? How do I even hit that? And then you remember that, Pikachu's little electric thing will crawl on ledges. And so you go, Pika, and it just like crawls around the edge and eventually hits the target. You're like, oh, sick. Or just because you want the lightning to strike Pikachu doesn't mean you can't hit something at the top of the screen that's unreachable. So you just learn to do that. Like, the one that took me a while to even get was the target that was behind a wall. And I was like, oh, just smash A, just hits it because you can get past wall. But like, all of a sudden, all it was doing was teaching you how to use your moves and how to move as efficiently as possible, because you had to get everywhere. But you know what else? You know what it didn't test you? Was damage. Now, every target can get blown up by a simple nair, a simple jab on the ground. I could Falcon Punch it if I really wanted to. Like, everything destroyed the target. So they took away everything about trying to do damage in this mode. So what it was doing was isolating your movement and the variety aspect of your special moves. Whereas Home Run Contest was all about, I want to do damage. And that whole concept of damage, now I launch you, and now you get to die, right? And so those things, like, again, I've talked about it a lot of times about why those things are so good. And that's one of the reasons. And honestly, in the next version, I think Smash Wii U, or Smash Wii? I think it was Smash on the Wii. They added the barriers to the Home Run Contest. So you could just launch it and it just goes dun, 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 and the barriers only disappear right before the timer runs out. I'll tell you right now, as soon as that happened, I was like, this is dumb. And I just didn't even try anymore. I was like, you've ruined Home Run Contest completely for me. Like, you've ruined the aspect of it that I thought was super fun and also super educational. However, what they did do was they added the Subspace Emissary, which I don't think gets enough credit for how good that mode was. Because what that mode did was it forced you to use a lot of other characters, and it also sort of forced a favorite upon you. Because you would learn a bunch of characters, and then you would get to a stage where you could pick between a bunch of characters. and you're like, I can't do anything with these. I'm gonna pick this character because like this character works for me, and you're just thinking about it in terms of like, I'm gonna pick this character to beat this level, but what you're actually doing is finding affinity with a character. And so when you actually go to the matches after playing Subspace Emissary, you're going to be like, I felt really comfortable using Pikachu, or I felt really comfortable using Mario. And so that's how you're going to go into it, right? So the beautiful thing about Subspace Emissary is that it helped you choose a character and learn what all the characters can do. You know, the environment was a little weirder, obviously, because you know, sometimes you're fighting bosses, sometimes you're just fighting, you know, whatever. But that was kind of the idea. So, was the break the targets for? No. They had to break the targets for every character. Every character had a different break the targets. And the best thing about it is you can actually go into like, there's some great documentaries about that because like people have been trying to, because you also have a total. So in the break that, again, like their motivation factor that Nintendo came up with, that Sakurai came up with, was incredible. Because for both break the targets and for the home run contest, it kept your record for every character. Every character had like, oh, this is the farthest, like 5,689 feet. But when you were in the menu to select the character that you wanted to do, at the top there was total. And it totaled the distance of all of your characters. And on Break the Targets, it totaled the time on all of your characters. And so what that made you want to do is actually play like all of them. And then you'd be like, oh God, but I'm so much better now. And I beat that one a long time ago. And look, it took me 3 minutes. There's no way it'll take me 3 minutes now. So you go in there and you do it again. And now you're down to like, you know, 36 seconds. And you're like, yeah, see, I knew I could do better. But like, because that total is up there, which has nothing to do with anything, but they just put it there, people are just going to be like, no, I can do better. Like, automatically. And there's actually a documentary that people have been trying to lower the break the targets total in terms of like theoretical virtual total if you add up everybody's fastest times. And recently, like years later, because it just came up in the conversation somehow, for Melee, it had been stuck at a certain amount for a long time. And I think it was like 10 or 15 years later, like suddenly like someone tried to do something and they found like some crazy thing that was like, whoa, this shaves like, and then they all just started. And then one person just like was like, I'm putting a bounty. Whoever can shave this much time off of this, like, I'm giving you money. Like, and there was just this whole movement, like within the last like 3 or 4 years or something. And they just chucked away at that total time and like made some crazy advances like you had never seen before. So it was great. Yeah. And it's like I said, you know, being a, like Amazing Chess says, it was being a time trial is what made it so great because you felt like you could do better. Right? Nowadays, you could have a leaderboard. The problem with the leaderboard is that you can fake things, you can hack things, and that's always a problem. But Nintendo is usually pretty diligent about that. So I don't know if they would, you know, be more diligent about killing hacked times and stuff like that. But the other thing too is that you could also have it so that you could replay things, right? The hardest thing about that is if you are bad at the game and then you replay like the highest time to see what they're doing, and then you're like, what the, I can't get that good. Like that can be a discouragement factor. So I know in previous Mario Karts before, they've had it so that you can only download the ghost of people that are close to your time. Maybe do something like that. You can only watch the replay of the players that are kind of around you, right? So you can pick up on small things to get better and such. But the whole point is that the time is there, and even without the internet, like when we were playing Melee, this was a bragging point. My friend would always be like, I got 2,364 feet with Donkey Kong. And I go look at mine, I'm at like 1,700. I'm like, dang it, no, how did he do that? And we wouldn't tell each other. And so like I'd just be like, no, I've got to find out how to do that. I've got to beat him. I've got to beat him. You know, like even within your own like circle, like just people just casually talking about it, you create this impetus to actually want to keep doing better, right? And oh, what's up, spoiled princess? Hope your street fight or your fighting game learning has been going well. And also Jamal D and Angelo Pitts says, "Greetings, sir. I had a thought on social media called Mind Games that a way to improve tutorials is to gamify them in a way that is fun, a game within a game, if that makes sense." It's exactly what I'm talking about right now, Jamal D. It's exactly what I'm talking about. Why I love Break the Targets, why I love the home run contest in Melee specifically. Because even in the later games, the Break the Targets became bad because I think they just created one course for everybody or something like that, because creating a different course for every character takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time. There are, in the latest Smash, you know, you could create your own courses, and there's like YouTube series where people try to run through these courses and try to figure out how to beat them. Like, it's not official. Like, you're supposed to get to this spot on the map, and you just know that if you get there, you're done. Like, the game is not going to reward you or anything because there was no system built into that. But I know Olaf kept showing me these videos of like these twin brothers or something like that. Like, I think they're both Austrian, and they just sit there and they go into separate rooms and play the same stage and race to see who can finish it. And then they gather afterwards and see how they do it. But again, these stages are designed to be super hard. So the things that you learn what to do with your character, you have to be like expert. But like, again, designing that many Break the Target stages for that many characters, like, Jesus Christ, you'd have to have like so many people working on these, especially if you want to try to make sure that they're all like similar difficulty levels and stuff. No, they wouldn't. No, don't use AI to do goddamn shit, okay? You know my position on that, Forrest. Fuck AI in this area, in this regard. No interest in that whatsoever. It would feel really shitty. Like, you have to design it in a way, because like, even though they aren't designed to be sped run, you can tell that they created them in a way that there was a good flow. Like, if you knew what you were doing, there's a really interesting flow to the stage, right? If you just like create it so that it's like, oh, I'll put a requirement for this here, and you're gonna play it, and it's just gonna like, you're just gonna like, there's no good path. Like, this one just dead end, come back, dead end, come back, dead end, come back. Like, it's just not gonna work, right? So it's very important to have a human designing these things to understand. Like, Miyamoto, me and my friend used to always talk about this. Miyamoto always had a philosophy that, you know, if you are playing a stage of a game, let's say, that has an elevator that goes up and down, and when it goes up, you have to stop and wait, and it comes down, and you jump on it, and it goes up. Miyamoto always had the philosophy that if you did it as fast as you possibly can, the elevator should be there. Right? So, in other words, if I just held forward and like the run button and I avoided everything, the elevator should be there when I get there. Like, that's a game design philosophy of Miyamoto that I think is 100% spot on, right? Because if you play as fast as possible, you get there and the elevator's just leaving, and now you have to wait for the whole thing. Like, that sucks, right? So, you know, that's kind of what I mean. Like, when you design these levels, you have to be smart about designing these levels so it flows and it feels right. And not just like, meh, we just do whatever, you know? And so again, let me just shift things back to the correct direction. Having break the targets and the home run contests are for free, because I learned so much playing those modes. I did. I learned a lot about play. I even learned how to short hop because Yoshi's down A in the air is the thing, you know, where he just like kicks the whole jump. But if you did a regular jump, you have to go woo, da da da, woo. But if you actually short hop, you go and it wouldn't knock the bag anywhere. So I learned to short hop into down A as fast as I can multiple times in a row just to up the damage on the home run contest, right? And it probably wasn't even the best way to do it, but like it's something that worked, and so you just try it. So you just try it and you end up learning about the game without realizing you're learning. It's not the frustration factor. You're just like, I want to get good at this because I want to get this score higher. And it's just such an intelligent way to design things. So like, if I was gonna do one for Street Fighter, which I pitched to Capcom USA, so they probably didn't have that much. They probably didn't have much say in what went into it. But for Street Fighter V, before the game came out, I was like, here is my ideas for mini games that you can put in the game. Like, this is something that would really help. And I had this huge email that I wrote out that I might even still have somewhere. But, you know, the whole point was that there would be some things that you had to destroy that was based on damage, some things you had to destroy that was based on number of hits, some things that would be random, whether it would be invincible or not, that would teach you hit confirms. Like, you wouldn't even realize you're learning hit confirms if it's like, you need to hit it 3 times, right? So you would just go, you know, like short, oh, if it's invincible, short, okay, I'm not gonna keep going. And then you walk back up and you go short. And then if you are hitting it, then you go for the last short, or you go into the DP. If it's a damage thing, you know, things will be flying at you from the sky, so that you don't have to stand block. Things would come in from the ground, so you know how to low block. You know, stuff like that, right? Or even have it so that, like, you know, you have like a single hit target, but you have to jump over something, so you jump over it, and then you can land, turn around, and punch the item. Or if you realize that cross-ups exist, you jump over, hit the cross-up button, and it hits it, and you can just keep going, and you don't even have to worry about turning around and hitting that item anymore. You know what I mean? Like, setting up a stage for every character to work with their moves to solve these little funny problems like that teaches people how to use their attacks, I think would be huge. Like, Chun-Li should definitely have like a head stomp kind of thing that, you know, that you want to do to make sure that you can, you know, beat something up, et cetera. Like, these are things that make people learn without them knowing that they're learning. And I've been championing this thing. Like I said, I wrote the email before Street Fighter V came out. So again, I have been on this kick for God knows how long now. What, we're like, for 15 years, dude. Like, for 15 years, I've been preaching this crap to people. It's like, yes, this is what we need to do, you know, like, maybe not that long, because, you know, 09ers was when Street Fighter 4 first came out. So, you know, probably about like 12 years, 13 years, I've been preaching this to people that we've needed to do this, and nobody's done it. Nobody's done it. Yeah, like having something be that, you know, every time something touches the ground again, it resets its health. And so every time you like, okay, well, I need to launch it. So now you try to find your launcher. So if you're Chun-Li, you're going to use your level 2 super and launch it. And you know you have to do a certain amount of damage to it. And so, like, you try to learn how to do this longer juggle combo on this item to actually break that target, right? Like, if you just create all these different things with all these different ideas, you know, have the ability to try to break this thing with damage. But the problem is, like, cannons are firing like cannonballs at you, or like things are being launched, you're like jumping or blocking and dodging, or, you know, you learn how to hit something and like if something's over here and a bullet shoots at you, you know how to low forward the bullet and cancel into a fireball and still hit the thing a screen away. Like, there's just a lot of really, really cool things you can do. And in my opinion, that's like kind of what you have to teach people, because also this will teach people how to move with their characters. Like Street Fighter 6 would have been perfect because, you know, with the drive gauge, you'd be trying to drive rush everything. But if you just do that all day, you're just going to run out and burn yourself out. And all of a sudden you suck. So now you got to manage the drive gauge while you're doing the obstacle course. And now, like Guitar Heroes, you know, I'm sorry, Rock Band's, you know, crazy, improv mode, like you want to learn where to use it in the track and where to save it and where, you know, like there's just so much people could do. So how would you design a minigame that teaches reactions? I mean, you would just put reaction stuff in there. Like you would just be walking along and then something would just go and just like shoot at you, and then you try to block it at the last second, or something would just appear on the screen, just like all of a sudden. I mean, they have one. Literally, when Sagat came out, they added a reaction game to Street Fighter 6, where you sit there and like try to parry certain things, but then a log just Rocket Raccoon's log from MVC3 just comes in off the screen, and you can only drive impact that one, and then they come fighting it. Like, they have something like that in the game already. And so, like, if you're actually playing, like, where you're just sitting there, like, trying to fight things, like I said, like, trying to avoid these dumb obstacles while, like, you know, you're just trying to do damage to this thing, like, let's say, you know, it's just like every time you hit it, you knock it backwards and more things come in. And then occasionally, out of nowhere, like this log comes swinging in from off the screen. And you're just like, oh, drive impact. You know, there's a lot of ways you can do that, because what that means is that you're, you know, the problem with a lot of the drive impact training, like in training mode, is that you're prepared for it, right? Like, for example, in those scenarios where you're fighting it and maybe the log swings in, maybe sometimes when you fight it, the log never happens. Because the key to learning reactions to drive impacts is understanding the fact that it'll never happen. The reason why all that training mode stuff for me doesn't work is because I am so focused on probability. I can't stop thinking about probability. So when I play those training things, I'm always like, okay, it's done this 300 rows in a time. There's no way it'll do it a fourth time. And so my brain has just already accepted that it's going to do something else, right? The problem is that I am correct in that the drive impact will come eventually. It's going to come eventually when you set up the training mode to do something. So I can counter it every single time, or not very difficultly in those scenarios, because I know that it's coming. So I can leave my pinky over a button, or I can leave my fingers like in a ready position, or I can just keep so much of my brain in that direction. But when you're fighting somebody online, you can't keep half of your brain focused on drive impacts if the guy never drive impacts, because then you're just going to die to everything else. You can't sacrifice that much of your mental stack to pay attention to something that might never come. Right? You have to understand that when you get pushed towards a corner, you're like, okay, now I have to think about it a little bit more, you know, like stuff like that. And so, you know, these training mode things don't necessarily work for me. And I know for a lot of other people out there, it's going to be the same. So whenever I do these training things, we're like, oh, just set the dummy to do like 7 of these random things. And I set those up and I sit there and I do them. And like, I'm the kind of person that can tell when I'm getting better at something. It's very weird. I'm very good at evaluating that. And when it comes to those things, even though I am actually countering those things in the training mode, I never feel like I'm getting better at it. I know that I'm cheating the system to some degree. I know I have a secret way of gaming it, right? Hey, thank you, A Real Guile, for following the best commentators. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you very much. Appreciate it. But again, I'm gaming those situations. Whereas when you're fighting against another human being, like, you can try to be like, I'm ready for drive impacts all you want. You might be fighting someone who forgot drive impacts exist. and they just don't even think about it themselves, right? Like, and then what happens? And then what happens? Like, right? Like, you can't game that. You can't game another person's brain, which is exactly the core principle of why fighting games are so good, and why one of my number one axioms is you're fighting another human. You're fighting another human. You're not. So there has to be a very distinct difference between fighting a game's AI or probability, or fighting another human being. The reason why I keep saying it's a two-player game, fighting games are a two-player game, they're a two-player game, they're a two-player game, because I'm emphasizing that the person you're fighting is a flawed human as well. And so you have to take advantage of the flaws. In a real situation, you're like, yeah, but like, you could just counter the drive impact. Yeah, you could, but like, maybe he's just not ready. Just try it. Like, you know, like, this is the whole nature of fighting games. If you think that your opponent can counter everything you do, you're never going to do anything, and it's useless. So, again, like, those training mode exercises don't work for me. They just don't work for me, because you can game them and you know exactly what to expect. One, because you programmed half the things into it. And two, you don't have the ability to set 50 different actions. Like, the most you can set is like eight actions. Like, you can record 8 different things and have them play at random. That's not enough. Not for me, in any case. Like, to make that work, I'd have to set it up so that there's like all these different actions, and drive impact is set to the probability of 1, while everything else is set to the probability of 10 out of 10. Like, that's how I'd have to learn it. You know what I mean? And it's like, I need a whole bunch of things to do. So, oh man. Oh, thanks, A Real Gal. Appreciate it. Says that, thank you for all best memories in tournaments, especially in Street Fighter V. Flawed humans, unless they're James Chen. Oh God, I have the most flawed human ever. Holy crap. Jamal says, maybe a break the targets mode could be procedurally generated, but have certain stage parts being set to be used so that they would tailor to a character's archetype. Oh, so you're saying like, no, I don't want procedurally generated. You don't want procedurally generated, because that then defeats setting time records. As soon as you have a procedurally generated thing, that means you cannot compare your time to anybody else, or more importantly, yourself. It has to be something consistent that you can learn better techniques to overcome. If it keeps changing on you, the things that you might be trying to teach will never be taught, because who knows if you'll run into them again in the same way, right? You're trying to create something that's very much a rote kind of like, oh, I know this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen. Just like when you're playing a racing game, you start learning where all the turns are so you can improve your track time, right? If you're playing a randomly generated track every single time, there's literally no, you can't time trial that. You can't find your best lap. You can't find anything. So you have to have it be fixed. It's the only, now I did say there would be random elements, like did this thing block or get hit? So yeah, you could definitely lose time on that, but you know, there'll be ways to design it so that it works, or, you know, you don't put too many of them in the same track, so that if you're playing, maybe put it early in the track, because that way, if you are trying to go for a really good time, you get up to it like in the first 15 seconds, and then you hit it and you're like, oh, it's blocked, start, restart the trial, and you can do it. And after 15 seconds, you know, you get there again, try it, you hit it the first time, you confirm, blow it up, and you kind of know that's the last one. That's teaching you hit confirm so you can do the rest of the trial. See, again, this is the power of having a human design it, right? Like, if I designed it and I know how people are gonna feel, if you put the random item at the very end of the course, like, everybody will hate you. Everybody will hate you, because you have to do the whole thing perfectly and then get to the end, and then a random item is gonna ruin your time. No, like, A human is smart enough to realize with good game design that they would put that thing that teaches hit confirming early in every stage so you can get it out of the way and then continue forward and play and actually try to set a time. And if it is random, you have to restart, but you're only redoing the first tiny portion of the stage over and over and over again. And if it's like a 50% chance that it's blocking or not blocking, then you have a 50% chance of having it work and you can just keep going, right? Again, you have to be smart about that. So procedurally or randomly generated stages could work if the target benchmark is not time, but percentage of proper reactions. But that's only if you have, if it's only reactions, right? Or if it's like a certain amount of fixed goals that are just put in random order. You could do that, but like I said, it's like the problem with that is that the best result is 100%. And if you get 100%, there is no impetus for you to do better. And that's the problem. The whole point that makes home run contest and break the targets so good is because you can always do better. Or at least you think you can do better, right? Like you're just like, oh, I had to like do this and I think I could do better than that. But if you have a thing that's testing the percentage of times you had the proper action, the best score is 100%. And your other friend's best score is going to be 100%. And the other person's best score is going to be 100%. And 90% of the people who do this, their best score is going to be 100%. There's no impetus to try to find a way to do it better. Like, it's weird. But again, when I know when I design a game, I am designing it very psychologically, which is why I should be making my own fucking games. You know what? I mean, talking to David and Tubo, like they were trying to convince me to just start making my own games, and I'm getting very, very close to being convinced, to be honest with you, because again, I'm really smart about this shit. I tell people about all these things all the time about their games that have come out, games that people have played. I have told people before that they designed their game incorrectly. And they're like, how can you even say that when I'm the creator? And I was like, because the game is presented in such a way and it is like, it's supposed to feel like this. And he's like, no, I get to decide how it feels. Game came out, eventually got a major patch that made the game a lot closer to what I was saying. And when I saw that person again, I was like, hey, I thought the patch was great. And the guy just was like, you were right. Like, I didn't even say anything. I was just like, hey, the patch is good. He was like, you were right. I'm man enough to admit it. You were right. And I was like, that's not why I'm here, but thank you. Like, it's just like, I get a lot of things about these games. I wish people would listen to me more often. Anyways, now we're just delving into the whole, like, well, you don't necessarily need money to design your own game. You can learn designing games on your own through like Godot and stuff like that. Eventually you will need money and or time. But again, if you can also do the thing where you design a game part way and just be like, hey everybody, look, this is a proof of concept. Please donate to my Kickstarter or my Indiegogo and I can make the whole game, kind of things like that. So I was thinking you could share the stage upon completion. Now that I've completed the stage, best my time. You could do that. You could definitely do that. But what happens then is you run the risk of oversaturation. Because if it is procedurally generated, it's going to be fairly unique. And so what happens is you don't have, hey, I'm going to do reuse trial. Now you have like yo, check out this Ryu trial. No, check out this one. And then like you have like 300 Ryu trials out there, and you try some of them and they're just ass, and some of them are just like stupid, and like it has the ability to to inundate people with too much. You need to give people, you got to make sure for this kind of goal to teach people that you give them something finite is the problem. So if you were able to share, I mean, that's why all those things were like, oh, I can make my own combo trial for this game, never really takes off. Because in the end, it's just like, it just gets so bloated. And some of them are like really dumb. I mean, Super Mario Maker is the greatest example of this. Like, you watch some of those guys like Carl Sagan out there who are, you know, playing those super hard trolley levels and stuff like that, and it's hilarious. And like, the things that people come up with are ridiculous. But one, most people aren't going to be able to beat those stages. And two, that compared to just the huge giant amount of slop that's out there, like, it's impossible to wade through. I remember when Super Mario Maker first came out, I had a stream where I had people submit their stage. Like, I was like, I will just try your stage. And people would give me stages. And like, some of the stages were just like torture. Like, they were just like, I'm going to make this as hard and dumb as possible. And, you know, kind of same thing. Like, there were, like, you had to do this really stupid, ridiculous execution thing for like 15 minutes. And then they put you into a maze where you can get locked and you had to start the stage over again. And I was like, dude, like, this is the worst design you possibly could have made. Like, you have to, if you're going to make the stage, you have to put the maze first. And then you put the impossibly hard execution thing second. Because the maze thing can be memorized. You can get through it and then deal with this shit. But if you do the opposite direction, it's just not fun, right? Like, it's just, there's no point to this. And so, like, again, game design. I swear to God, like, why hasn't anybody hired me for game design yet? But you have to make it so that it's finite. If you make it so that everybody can share the stage, then there's just going to be a bazillion stages out there to be shared with some QR code or whatever, and it's just impossible to kind of, you know, like, you're not going to perfect the one. You're not going to learn all the techniques for the one. You're going to just do it good enough and then jump to all these random ones to keep trying other ones. The point is having the one that you're trying to get good at. You know what I mean? So, like, this is kind of the mindset that you have to create for this. WB Games and the way it is ruining MK is the biggest offender with fighting games. It is so bad that selling MK to EA feels like it would be an improvement. So, what part are you... So, unfortunately, game companies seem to base everything around making money down these days. Yeah. So, what things in particular are you talking about for the way it ruined MK? I'm curious. And how Tekken is going down that route as well. Just curious what you guys are referring to specifically. Anyways, to bring this whole thing back to the beginning, having lots of people to fight in ranked, good netcode is a given. But the biggest appeal of a fighting game for newer players is having lots of people to fight in ranked. And that's what I was talking about, Discord fighter struggles. Discord fighters cannot succeed. They're just not going to succeed. They can't grow because nobody can play them organically. And while, like I said, I have said that I think ranked is terrible and it's not fun and it's miserable and all this stuff and you're just watching your numbers go up and down, blah, 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 blah. But again, that's me because I want to be really good, right? A lot of people just want to play and have fun. and they're not as worried about it, so they're just having a good time playing fighting games, doing whatever. But even then, as a person who hates ranked, most days I would still rather just jump on ranked than try to find somebody on Discord, because, David and Jeremy and all these people have constantly been like, James, if you ever want matches, hit me up. I'm down to play anytime. Come hang out with us. We play over here all the time, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I sit down in the machine and I'm like, I just want to play some matches against people I don't know. I don't want to play matches against people that I know right now. I just want to play, have a good time, and have no repercussions. Like, just play, and then I'm done, and then I leave. And that's it, right? So, I think Tekken is going through growing pains. The old team is getting really old and needs to retire, so it is trying to pass the game to a new team. But the new team fouled it up with Tekken 8 Season 2, so the old team has more work to do before it can retire. Loot boxes kind of stuff over grassroots fun. Yeah, MK1 was released before it was ready. Yeah, I knew about that part, with several bugs due to W management interference, for example. Yeah, for sure. For sure, that part. I knew about that part. I wasn't sure if we were talking about something else. You see what WB did to that and what they did to multiverses. Although I heard WB wasn't actually to blame for multiverses, that the guy in charge of it was actually the problem. But I don't know enough to be able to judge that or say yes or no one way or the other, unfortunately. So, but yeah, this is what I'm talking about. So, if you're a person who legit wants to have your scene for your game grow, people are gonna have to get online on ranked and sit there. Maybe if you decide to play a one-player game, just have the other game just sitting there on ranked. Just have it sit there. You know what I mean? Looking for matches. Because that's kind of what you have to do to get more people playing the game. I had suggested this a long time ago, but even I knew how ridiculous it was and that it probably wouldn't work. But if you really want to grow your scene, like everybody who plays the game, who are in the more hardcore FGC, that are all talking on Twitter, we all have to be like, look, let's all get online at least from 5 to 8, like your time. Just from 5 to 8, just be online and just sit there, right? Like, because and again, it's impossible to coordinate. Because, there might not even be enough people to make that work, honestly. But, like, it's so crucial for growing a game. And that's why fighting games live or die, like, within the first week of the game's release. I still remember Under Night coming out, Under Night 2, Sis Celeste, and the PC version was borked. Like, the matchmaking netcode was dead for, like, 2 days. And then it fixed it. And it was already too late. Like, people were like, yep, I'm done. It was weird. Like, it sucks. I hate how fickle everybody is with the fighting game community. But the problem is, the reason why it perpetuates even further is because then nobody's on ranked. And when nobody's on ranked, nobody plays your game anymore. Because, again, 90% of the people who are playing the fighting game just want to fight a faceless person who is at their level. And that's it, right? So it's just, it's hard. It's hard. And like I said, I can spout all this I want, but there's no way to actually do it, right? Like, there's no way to fix it. How do you fix that? How do you fix people actually showing up and playing on ranked and having people that they can match up with? Like, how do you fix that? Like I said, you just have to have the community that is loyal to the game and really do have an interest in growing the game to just be online, whether they find matches or not, but just to be there, and hopefully that you can find somebody and be available for people of different ranks. And yes, it also has to include people who don't think they're very good at the game, because you need to be able to match up with them, with people who are lower level. Because if it's only the good players who care, then everybody who comes in and goes to rank, they're just going to fight other good people, and like that doesn't help. It doesn't help. Yeah, it doesn't help that Uni 2 released so closely to Tekken 8, for sure. I see, thank you for your insight, sir. If I may, could you check out my tutorial idea, Mind Games idea, when you have time, of course? It is pinned. Send me a DM again, reminding me to look at that. I'll definitely take a look. SF5's matchmaking was brutal for me. I'd actually watch shows while I'd matchmake. Yeah, and again, that's like, and then the next day when you're like, let me do that again, you're gonna be like, I don't want to do that again, and then you're just used to not playing it anymore, and that's it. You've lost the player, right? And so like, people have to understand. Hey, what's up, Cybernetic? Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub. And so it's so important to have people on ranked. And I mean, again, like Tekken, Mortal Kombat, and Street Fighter tend to always have people online that you can fight. In previous Mortal Kombats, I will say, because current one, I know it's not doing as well, because they also don't have crossplay and all that stuff like that, if I'm not mistaken. Do they even have a real ranked mode? I'm not even sure if they have a ranked mode. But in any case, I know MK1 is going through all sorts of trouble right now. But, you know, the games that have the most players, like Tekken, like Street Fighter, are the ones that are going to be popular, so they feed into themselves. Like was said earlier, the rich just get richer. And so that's the problem to solve, and it sucks, right? But, you know, people have said maybe fighting games, I mean, again, the different difficulty levels of the computer are pretty decent for Street Fighter. I'm not sure for other games. Most of the other games probably not so much. But, you know, having bots, like, even just to kind of fill in the gaps might help a little bit, like fake players to play against. But that does get annoying when you know you're fighting a bot, right? You're just like, oh, this is another bot, you know, kind of a thing. And it gets annoying. Like, that happened to me a lot when I was playing Tekken. Like, every time a new season started, you would just go online and you could tell who was a bot and who wasn't a bot, you know? And it was just like, oh, this is dumb, you know? Like, there's nobody, it's just all bots, you know? Well, MK Legacy Collection has a completely different problem. I heard the online is just not good. And that's always going to be the issue. I mean, literally, Capcom Fighting Collection 2 was like brand new. And I was like, let's queue up for some Vampire Savior. I want to learn to play Vampire Savior for real this time. I jumped online, and I sat there, and I sat there, and I sat there, and I waited, and I waited, and I waited. And someone said, I just checked the Steam charts, and there's like 30 people playing this game right now. And I was like, Jesus Christ. And so, like, I quit, and, like, that was it. That was the end of it, right? Like, I never queued up for Vampire Savior Ranked ever again, because there was no point. So as much as, you know, like I said, even I will admit that, no, we shouldn't focus on, ranked modes and stuff like that. You know, that's my advice to people who are actively trying to get stronger at the game. But I understand for that a lot of other people that would like to get better, but that's not their goal, that they're just trying to have fun. That's not what they're looking for, right? Like, they're not looking for finding that other person that they could train with constantly over and over and over again. They're just like everybody said, I just got home from work. I'm tired. I just want to sit down and play. I just want to shut off my brain and play and have a good time. You know, that's why having the one-player stuff there is important as well, because sometimes you're just like, I really just don't feel like dealing with online assholes right now, so I'm just going to play World Tour, you know, and stuff like that. So, yeah, you know, Fightcade is 100% the best way to learn Vampire Savior. It's the best way to learn most of those games. And Fightcade does kind of have its own ranking system, does it, or not? I can't remember now. No, first impressions are everything. That's basically what I was saying. That's exactly what I was saying. Like, the first impressions are super, super important. And that's what happened with Under Night. You know, like the netcode wasn't good, and that was it. Like, the first impression was ruined for a lot of people, which drives me nuts because everything everybody says they want out of a fighting game is Under Night, right? Like, you should have more defensive options, tons of defensive options, really varied characters, lots of varied characters, like crazy mechanics that do crazy mechanics, a really good system. Grid system is like one of the best fighting game systems that exist, right? Like, Under Night is just like so nicely balanced within itself and how everything works, and it's just really smart. And not enough people play it. Everybody who actually like loves fighting games and wants stuff that's more complicated, who learn Under Night, end up falling in love with that game. Like, there's so few times where I've seen like a good fighting game player pick up Under Night and just be like, I don't like this. Like, almost every time they're like, holy shit, why is this so good? I'm addicted. Yeah, no, City of the Wolves. Yes, absolutely. Multiple terrible first impressions. One of which is just the visuals. I think the game looks good, but it's still not. I had this whole conversation with people online because I was like, look, the game looks good, but like it's lacking something, right? It's lacking something. And I had a whole conversation on this, and this should probably be its own topic, so I probably won't get too much into it. I mean, the real life guestings for sure was a problem, right? Like, I swear to God, Ronaldo did the exact opposite to what they wanted Ronaldo to do. They're like, we could get a bunch of people playing Ronaldo. They put it in there, and I saw so many people tweeting that they just canceled their pre-order. Like, it sucks, right? Like, you're just like, God damn it. Oh, man. So, like, it was just kind of annoying to have to deal with that. But, again, the graphics are good, but they're not, like, this generation good. And as I had mentioned, you know, when you look at something like a City of the Wolves compared to a Grand Blue Fantasy Versus, like, you can tell the ArcSys look that they have is like baked into the game, right? Like, the game was built around knowing that this was going to be the graphics, this is how it's going to look. We're replicating anime as much as possible, and like if you wanted to change the way the game looked right now, you probably can't. You would break the whole game. And City of the Wolves, I mean, honestly, it has the problem to me. And when I say this on Twitter, everybody was like, you know, that's exactly right. Is that it looks like a really, really beautiful filter put on the game. Similar to what, you know, the guys did for MVCI Beyond, right? Like, I feel like if they wanted to change the way the game looked, they could just kind of change the filter a little bit, and now all of a sudden it'll look like it doesn't look like it was the art direction. Like, it feels like they kind of went down this path of the art direction, you know, to make it look good in a way that wasn't going to be as hard, I guess. Like they do this comic book theme, right? They do this comic book theme for the game here. And a lot of the story mode is in comic booky feel and stuff like that. Like, I have said before that, you know, what they should have done for this game, honestly, like, they should have had the supers and everything being like, if you hit somebody with the hidden gear, like if I actually hit someone with this thing here like this, boom, this whole setup right here, right before this launch, or maybe even the whole super, should have just been in comic panels. Like intentionally don't animate it and make it all comic panels to really sell that kind of art direction. You know what I mean? And then the win quotes, the winning poet, like the wins afterwards, should have been like more comic booky instead of just having them go like, "Hey, I'm the best." Like it should have been like, "Doom, this thing." And then the last panel, you see the close up with a big bubble next to them, like, "I'm the best." Like that. Like even the intros and everything like that, like. Right, but that super's all camera angles, but it didn't have to be. It didn't have to be. And you can do that. Comics are so good at that. In fact, you could even make it so cool that, like, you actually see, like, Chun-Li charging up, and then the next like, it switches, and you see the back of her with the charge up like this, like, it's going kaboom, and then you see her kind of like a kind of like a shadow of her, like, launch into the kick, into the sky, and then it like cuts to another angle of that where you actually see her kicking through, and you can even still see the old Chun-Li kind of like down there in the previous frame or something. Like, like you can do a lot of that stuff. Right, Tokon is actually building a lot of that more specifically into the game. And again, this is what I mean is the art style of these ArcSys games you can feel are baked in, right? Again, obviously, Dragon Ball just wanted to be as anime as possible because it just wanted to look just like the cartoon. So much to the point that the Broly movie actually hired ArcSys to use their engine for a lot of the fight scenes in the Broly movie. Like, they literally contracted ArcSys and were like, "Hey, it looks like we could animate our movie a lot easier if can we just use your engine?" And they're like, "Sure." And so, like, they literally used ArcSys' engine to do fight scenes in the Broly movie, right? And obviously, Grand Blue is all anime based, so they want that to look as anime as possible. Like another funny one is Guilty Gear, right? So, back in the day, me and my friend would always complain about Guilty Gear. We're like, everyone says Guilty Gear looks so good, but like the animation's kind of weird. Like, you have to have these crazy smear frames with Soul. He does jump slash, and it's just this arc. You don't actually see the sword swinging. It's just like this big giant arc, like, things like that. And we're like, it's actually a lot more choppy, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Then they made Guilty Gear Xrd. And instead of being like, "Oh, cool, we have all this power now, let's make everything." No, they were like, "Let's make it look the same." They set out to make their game look exactly like the hardware limited older versions of the game. Soul's jump slash still looks like a big giant like swingy thing. Like you still see the whole thing, Like they chose to go that way, and now I'm like, now it's an art decision. And so it's like baked into the game. Like I said, like even though all of ArcSys doing this cell shaded look is similar between games, you can tell that there are different philosophy between them. And now with Tokon, like they're trying to make it look a lot more comic booky, like even to the point where like the times when you smash them through a wall, when you smash someone through a wall in Tokon, it does exactly that. It cuts the screen into panels, and you see the different panels like being different angles of like stuff that's happening. And it's really cool. And they did it in a way that's not disruptive. And that's always going to be my number one complaint about the way that City of the Wolves looks, unfortunately. I think it looks great. I think what they did is wonderful, and I think that the way they designed it, like what they've been able to pull off is really nice. Like I think Chun-Li is the best looking character in the game, honestly. Like I think she looks fantastic in this game. But it still feels like it was something kind of put on top of something that exists. Like, I feel like if I hit a switch, it would turn off the filter and we would just have it look like it's a more realistic looking game. You know what I mean? It's kind of what I'm saying, basically, about COTW. And again, like I said, I'm not saying that as me criticizing it. I'm saying that, unfortunately, some people will see it as a negative. I literally... Top player, Street Fighter 6 player, old school player, like to play Street Fighter 4. I was like, you should play Fatal Fury. Like, it's really fun and will be more how you like to play fighting games. It's more geared and catered to your mental style. And they were like, I can't get over how ugly the game looks. And I'm like, game's not that ugly. Like, it's good looking. It's like, bro, it looks like a PlayStation 1 game. And I'm like, dude, have you not seen a PlayStation 1 game in a long time? But this, like, that's the issue, right? That's like the problem. Oh, right. I would argue that the art style Tokon isn't comic booky. It doesn't resemble Jim Lee or any house styles, in my opinion. It feels very anime. Yeah, okay. It looks very manga. It looks very manga. And that's what it's going after, right? And again, this was a conscious decision by Marvel. They, like, Arxis even wrote down that they were trying to be like, okay, how would the US audience like this game to look and blah, blah, blah. And Marvel, now having learned their lesson, thanks to Rivals and seeing how MVCI went, I'm sure, were like, no. Make the game exactly how you guys would make it if you were making a Japanese fighting game. But like, just go. And that's why they made Iron Man look like a freaking mech, right? Like, because they were just given the ability to make the game as Japanese as they wanted it to be. Even to the point where, if you've noticed, we have never seen this game with English voice acting, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't think it's going to release with English voice acting. I think it's probably going to release with Japanese voice acting unless there was an announcement that I am just not aware of. But so far, I think everything has been in Japanese so far, right? So it's definitely trying to present a very, manga feel. They're trying to make it feel like manga, basically. So, oh, what's up, Arcade Ghost? But like I said, I love the way COTW looks. I love the way City of the Wolves looks. I think a lot of the design is very, very good. But like here, I don't know if you guys can see this as an example here. It's very hard to see unless I just try to zoom in on this. Let me see if I can show you this, right? So let me do this here. What am I looking for? Display? No, not display capture. I'm looking for video capture device. I'm going to add existing. I'm going to add the Magewell here like this. Okay, so we have this, right? And so what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. And when I show you this, oh God, that was not the right thing that I'm doing right here. As soon as I do this, you'll understand exactly what I mean. If I can actually highlight this properly, right? Take a look at this. Oh God, it's so fuzzy. It's hard to tell here very well. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna. Basically, like when you look at the way that the characters move and stuff, like I feel like the shading on this. Let me see here. See if I can get him standing here. They did it. Okay. Actually, the other leg is a better example here. If I can actually show you guys this. Let's see here. The other leg is a good example over here. See if I can see. Yeah, okay. So it's hard to tell here, but if you actually look at the can you see the mouse? Okay, look at the hey, put your leg back, Ken. Let me see if I can do something over here. Properties. There should be the option of being able to see the mouse. Where is that option? Why do I not have that option? Crap, I guess I can't do that. But if you look right at the center, where that fuzzy part, where it goes from being red into slightly shadowed, it's really hard to tell here, but you can see as the leg bends, the shadow grows a little bit, right? So you can see the shadow grow a little bit and then shrink a little bit and grow a little bit and then shrink a little bit. They've done a good job with this. The fact that the pants don't really move all that much under there. But like, you can see what I mean, how it feels like a filter, right? Because I feel like the shading on that leg should have been static. Like, I don't feel like it should change with the lighting and the angle. I feel like it should be as static as possible, kind of thing. And that little things like that kind of, in my opinion, take away a little bit from the feel that they're trying to make. I don't know if that actually makes any sense to anybody out there. Yeah, but again, that little intaglio look is great. I think it looks great, but it should have been more static, is what I'm saying. When the stuff is a little more dynamic, it doesn't look as comic booky anymore. I still remember when they first made all the earlier Guilty Gears. I know they changed this for Strive, but in Exerd, they talked about this, how they made it so that every character had their own light source and that they were not affected by ambient lighting. So that way they could look the same every time they had them fight, right? So literally the stage could have lights and explosions could happen and stuff, but like the characters wouldn't necessarily reflect those lights because they were coded to not be affected by anything except their individual light sources. So that's why they were able to achieve the old look from XX. They wanted the fighters to look as stagnant as possible, lighting-wise, because that's how all 2D games looked, right? Even with the way they were designing the backgrounds. Like, they even said that, they were like, okay, well, we'll make 3D backgrounds. But the thing about it is when you play a lot of 2D fighting games, when you move back and forth, the stuff in the background moves like really slow, but the stuff in the foreground move really fast. And when they actually put the characters on a real 3D plane, when they move back and forth, the things in the background didn't move with the same speed as they did in older games. And so they actually would take buildings and shrink them and push them further forward and pull a Lord of the Rings kind of, that kind of trickery there. So the building would move fast, but because your brain knows what it is, you think it's further back and it's taller when it's actually an extremely small building further closer, so it could actually move a little bit more. Because if they actually put it back where they wanted it to be, it'd be so far back, when you move back and forth, the building would never slide. It would never slide because that's how perspective works, right? But in 2D fighting games, it's not how it works. So they tricked it by doing stuff like that, right? And this is what I mean. Like, literally, they were building the entire game around the idea that they wanted it to make it look exactly like the 2D game. And I think that's really cool. I think that's awesome, like, that they actually tried to do that, You see an eyes, a nose, and a mouth in his pants. Dude, I totally see what you're talking about, Forrest. Sure, if the cloth doesn't move and the shadow does, it looks like an action figure. Yeah, but I mean, like, this is what I mean, though. Like, there's, like, really tricky ways you can really get down and do these kind of things. Like, they could just make it so that the characters do ignore lighting from the stage and actually just have their own source of lighting that, like, moves with their leg, so it's the same shadow, like, most of the time. It might look weird. You don't know. You'd have to test it out and see how it looks and do a lot of stuff like that, right? And test it out. And again, that's where, my critique of the graphics comes from, is that it feels like a filter. It feels like I probably have the option to do, comic filter equals 0 in the code, and it will just look like a different game. Like, it'll just look like, oh, it's just the graphics are the models, how they are. Like, I don't know how baked into it a lot of this stuff is, So I've always disliked the training grid stages in Street Fighter because the foreground moves differently from the far background, and I find it disorienting. Huh, interesting. Okay. Anyways, that was a huge tangent. Huge tangent I went on. Again, like I said, I love the way that City of the Wolves looks, and yeah, I agree, Schmitty. Oh no, that's well, it's not. It's shaking my head, itty. So Smitty. I would love a new Darkstalkers game, and at the same time, I never want a new Darkstalkers game. Like, Darkstalkers is just so beautiful and perfect the way that it was. I'm so scared that if anyone ever made a new Darkstalkers game, you might kind of ruin what the game is. You know what I mean? Like, I'm so scared that they would just take Darkstalkers and be like, oh, you know, Darkstalkers used to have it where you could split people in half. And so they just make the game bloody and like just blood and gore and all this shit like that. And they're like, yeah, let's make it violent like Mortal Kombat style. And then I'm just be like, what have you done? You know what I mean? Because like, I'm so scared. ArcSys is the only company that I'd want to design the graphics, and then I would want them to hire me to make sure that the game actually stays within how Darkstalkers is supposed to be. Again, not as a battle designer. I would care nothing. I'll let you guys do what you want as a battle designer, but tone, mood, you know, the way the game presents itself, right? Because I've always said this. Every time I commentate Darkstalkers, I say this every single time. But like, the Vampire Savior is like, the Darkstalkers franchise is like the absolute perfect mix of being like cool and badass and just ridiculously stupid, as well as being super sexy and then being just like juvenile, to like lots of violence, to being really sad and kind of depressing, to really clever and also really neat and like detail oriented, and like it's just like it's so it's like the way that they design it is just like the tone, the mood of the game is so good. And I don't know how you would be able to do the game. I don't know what the modern technology is, but I feel like if you do a Darkstalkers game, you literally have to do the whole Necalli hair thing where both hair is just there all the time, but one is invisible, and then when he activates V-Trigger, you swap him out, and now he has the crazy flowing hair, right? Because like Witzel, like, what the fuck is he doing? Turns into a drum, and then he has spikes that look like this, and he has blades come out of his knees, but the same knees do this, and then his feet will turn into, you know, like construction shovels, and then all of a sudden his arm will turn to a big giant black ball, and then all of a sudden he'll swing, and it's like a big yo-yo disc kind of thing, and like, how do you animate that in 3D? How do you animate that in 3D, dude? Like, you either design everything to morph, or you have all of that shit on the character 100% of the time. It's just that things are invisible and become visible when you actually do them. Like, literally, Raptor's leg turns into a buzzsaw or a chainsaw, right? It does both, right? Like, the elbow, his elbow bone, like he does that, like when he does his torch fierce, if you don't notice it, he's actually shoving his elbow bone at you. The elbow bone just sticks out of his arm and like stabs you all the way across the screen. Like, it's just so crazy, and I don't know how you could actually do that in 3D, to be honest. I know technology is much better, and this is a better than before. How many people? Oops. I'm gonna try stopping the stream and coming back on even for YouTube, guys. Sorry, though. It's starting to sound like people are saying that like Twitch is just kind of dead in general, or is it like? No, Twitch is alive. Okay, I'm gonna re. Oh, we're back. We are back. Okay. It seems like we're back. Okay, weird. I. Yeah, it might have just been Twitch. To be honest with you, might have just been Twitch. What did I just say? What did I just say that that perhaps got me killed or something? I mean, the fact that YouTube was still going clearly means that it had something to do more with Twitch than it did necessarily my end. So, any case, what was I saying? Yeah, anyways, like Darkstalkers is just such a mix of everything so perfectly that I would be so scared to see what they would do with it. You know what I mean? Like, I can't explain it. Like, it's just like... You made a fighting game with War Agony as one of the background stages with the music. The music is so sad, and it looks like it takes place in World War II. Who knows what the timeline is in this game? And people are just like hiding in the bombed out alleys of like, homes and stuff like that. You see planes flying across the sky, and like I said, the music is just like really kind of somber. And then you go and like, I want to learn the backstory to, Victor. And you go read the backstory of Victor, and then you just want to like cry your eyes out, Oh, hang on a second. Is it still down? Let's see. Okay, yeah, so most people are saying that Twitch is fine. Try refreshing. At JNV11. Okay. Yeah, but like, Victor is like the saddest storyline. And he's the character who 720 is he grabs you with his ass cheeks and like crushes you with his ass cheeks, then throws you away. And if you hold certain buttons, then like I forgot, like you do something and then like he either like picks his nose, or like one of his taunts is he really does pick his nose and like pulls out a string of Christmas lights. And then like dude, it's like the craziest thing, dude. Like Victor is like so bizarre. But that's what I mean. Like you just like, there's no game that's like it. And I'd be so scared to have it not be that way, Do we have the full Vampire Savior 1 and 2 roster selectable in CFC yet? I don't think so. But yeah, I really, really want the Saturn. The Saturn version is the best version of Vampire Savior. Because it's just Vampire Savior with characters, right? Because Vampire Savior 2 actually tried to change some of the systems and even took away a couple of characters or something like that. But the Saturn version of Vampire Savior is the best one, because that has the Donovan. The Pyron is a little, like Pyron, you can tell they just threw in. They're like, let's make it so that people can play Pyron. Okay. And they put him in there, and he's like such an afterthought. But like the Witzel is really, I mean, Witzel's very weird in Vampire Savior on the Saturn, but Donovan was really cool. Really, really cool. There was a Dreamcast version, but the Dreamcast version was closer to the PlayStation version. So PlayStation version and the Dreamcast version were not arcade accurate. There were combos that I could do on the Saturn version that didn't work on PlayStation and Dreamcast version, or vice versa. Like, it worked on those that didn't work on the other ones. The Sega Saturn, for as far as I know, is outside, like, for back then, not counting the CFC collection, is the most accurate, arcade accurate version of Darkstalkers out there. So, yeah, because I think the PSP version was kind of built off of that as well. If I'm not mistaken, the PSP, the PlayStation, the Dreamcast version were kind of in their own little niche, but the Sega Saturn version was like as arcade accurate as far as I could tell. Like, there might have been a few differences, but like I said, there were a few certain combo things that just like were different for some reason. Like, I know Lilith's standing heavy kick on one version would hit like early and high up or something. It would go pow and then pow, but then on the other version, like, the first hit would miss certain characters and it would only hit on the way down and things like that. There was definitely differences, and the Saturn one is the one that is pretty brand new. I mean, not brand new, pretty accurate. You have so you have it, the PSP Chaos Tower. What does CIB mean? Clean in box, or because obviously MIB is mint in box. So I don't know what CIB means. I am unfamiliar with a lot of the used games terminology. Yeah, with the 4 megabyte RAM card, I mean, like I said, it's not 1-to-1 because there are extra characters in there, and they added Marionette to the roster, because in the arcade version you could only do Shadow, but in the home version they added Marionette. And then but outside of that, if you ignored the new characters, it was basically perfectly accurate as far as I could tell. So okay. Anyways, I've gone way off the topic. I haven't even had a chance to talk about the Streamer Awards thing. Although, to be fair, I'm not sure if there's really much to talk about unless I just jump off topic again, which will probably happen as people continue to ask me questions and stuff like that. So why don't we actually just talk about that now that we've gone way off topic from what I was trying to talk about with the Discord fighters and blah, 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 blah. Okay, so let's talk about this now. Topic change for the editor. We have a topic change. All right. Hang on a second. Where is it? Where did it go? There it is. Okay. Here we go. And that's what I want. And let's do this over here. You're talking 2025 was weak for fighting games? Yeah, there wasn't a lot. I mean, it was strong at the beginning, and then it just kind of tapered off, because at the beginning we had, that's when Tekken 8 came out, Under Night came out, and like a bunch of stuff came out, but then like it just kind of all like slowed down afterwards, right? So, this is what I'm looking for. Perfect. Okay. But again, I wouldn't call it necessarily weak. I understand why it felt kind of weak, but, you know, I mean, fighting games are crazy now. Like, things just keep happening, so it's very interesting. Anyways, oh yeah, no, Alpha 3 on the Saturn? Like, masterpiece, right? Like, I mean, true cinema, you know, kind of thing. And yeah, although, like, the other versions just were not as good. And the funny thing is, I don't remember the Saturn version having the Crazy World Tour mode, but people are telling me that it did, and because, like, my only memory of playing the World Tour mode was on the PlayStation and not on the Saturn. So if it's not on the Saturn, that's something that it's missing. But if it's there and I just don't remember, um, you know, yeah, well, yeah, of course, loading times. But I mean, that was the best we could do back then. But I mean, it was super accurate and it had more characters and it had like the really cool modes, like the reverse dramatic battle and stuff like that. It was just so good. So good. So, I mean, again, NRS does a lot of really good things for their fighting games. It's just unfortunately that they're not given the power to do the things that they want to do. And you know, for sure there's a little bit of like, you know, archaic mindsets with some stuff, like, you know, like I personally, and you know, I was like, you know, this is probably blasphemy, but like, let me see if I can show you the example of what I'm talking about here. Like, it might be a little blasphemy, but like, I feel like Mortal Kombat needs to move a different, like really kind of change itself. Like, what if you just made it like this? Like not obviously this simplistic animation kind of thing, but like be willing to like not focus on realism as much, right? Obviously, they have crazy creatures like Baraka and all that stuff like that, you know, or like, you know, the what was that one guy, the guy, shoot, what was his name? He had multiple arms, I think it was. He was like the in 11, I can't remember his name now. Holy crap. He was the guy who like built machines for you, or like he was like the, I don't want to call him the Undertaker, but his name had like a job sounding name. The God, what is his name? Collector. Yes, thank you. The Collector. That's who he was. Yeah. So like the Collector, right? Like obviously they had some crazy creatures, but like I'm feeling like at this point in time, it's kind of, we're at a point right now where I feel like we need to, I feel like the game needs to spruce itself up a little bit, because I think we're at a point right now where, you know, the graphics aren't going to get that much better, right? And so like every time I think of Mortal Kombat, like I know what I'm picturing is what the next Mortal Kombat's going to look like. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of bad, right? Like I know what the next Mortal Kombat game is going to look like. It's going to look exactly the same, you know, just with better graphics. But, you know, it's just overall going to be the same thing, you know? Like, let's spruce the game up. Let's put in goddamn music for once. And I know MK1 has better music, but like there's not a single clip from Mortal Kombat that I've ever watched where the music kind of like sticks out to me. Like it's just never there. You know? You know, that's fair, Seru. That's very, very fair. And that's the thing, right? I really think that the game needs to flash up. Basically, we need to flashy it up. The game needs to present more exciting. It is like the game does a lot of cool things mechanically. They come up with a lot of neat systems. They've had some of the best story mode. They had better one-player content than any other fighting game before Street Fighter 6. NRS did a lot of really cool things. The problem is that their games are boring to watch. Like, I'm just gonna say it. Outside of Batman slamming a trash bin onto the enemy like 19 times in a row, like the games are not exciting. They're not exciting. And that's the problem. Their presentation is probably one of the worst presentations of all fighting games. Like I said, like when you KO somebody, like they've done a lot better. Where it's like KO, and then you get up and then you go finish them, right? But like that fatality part just needs to go away. Like they're just like have it in home modes or whatever like that. But there needs to be a tournament mode where like the final hit is the KO hit, right? Because you know it needs to be exciting, you know. The fact that a lot of the times when you play these games and it's just like, pow, like boom, and the guy falls over where, like, it needs to be like all the other fighting games, like pow, KO, because in really tense matches, then, you know, you're like, oh my God, and someone gets the hit, you can get all like super hype, but like, it doesn't sell that very well. You know, it's better now than it has been before, for sure. Like the dumb things of people having to get up and fall over again and weird things like that, you know, that they've done in the past. But like, you know, that and then they're just, I mean, I've said this a million times, just make an esports version of the game where the supers are not gory, that they're just supers that last exactly the same amount of time as the other supers last, but and also leave you in the same positions and does the exact same amount of damage. You just trigger a different animation instead and sell that digitally. Sell an esports edition and call it esports edition. So you're straight up being like, yes, we're making a lame censored version for esports. But you can buy the other one, like just you get like you have the option to buy all the other ones, right? You can't make it a mode in the game because then kids still can't buy it, right? Like the fact is that like, you know, people like Online Kale, who's doing super well, shouldn't be playing the game, right? Like all the years that he's been playing the game, shouldn't have been playing the game, you know? But like, if we had an esports version so people could play, so you can show it, so you can do all this, so you make content, so you don't have to worry about your content being like demonetized for violence, et cetera, et cetera. Right, that's the thing. That's the thing, Cybernetic. You don't make only one version. You make the esports edition and you make the regular version. And the esports edition is not sold anywhere except for digitally. Like, there's only a digital version of it. So, like, you don't even have to interact with it at all. Like, it'll be cross-play. Like, the two can fight each other. But, like, the other... Like, you don't have to even care. If you want the gore version, you just play that one, right? Like, having an esports one is not going to... No, but so like I said, you can't be a toggle option. It has to legit be that's the version that you're buying. The esports edition doesn't have the gore, doesn't have anything, so that younger players who want to get into the game can get to the game, and so that, you know, when people are streaming it and stuff like that, they, you know, it's clean, basically. Yeah, of course it's hard. Of course it's very difficult. But again, I think that's more of a problem of WB, right? NRS has shown that if you give them time, that they're able to make a very high quality product. Would people feel that it lost its identity? Although I believe it would help with the series sales potential and can reinvent itself. I mean, I'm not sure which part you're talking about. You're talking about, like, changing the art style? Or are you just talking about the esports edition? Because the esports edition wouldn't make it lose anything because the thing that everybody wants is still there. Like, the one that everybody wants is literally still there, right? And in fact, most people don't even have to know the esports edition exists. Like, in fact, like, they should basically almost, like, not even advertise it all that much. Like, it's just one of those things that's in the know if you play esports, right? Like, you just have it, and then you just have this other version that's just there for people to use for content creation. For some, obviously everybody's gonna find out about it and stuff, but like clearly, like you're not, the NRS won't be pushing it. Like they're not like play this clean version instead. Like no, they can make the game as they make it, but then they just have a cleaner version. You know, it would cause desync problems. Like if it's like finish him, and then on the other guy's screen it's like the match is over, rematch, and you got to sit there and wait for the other guy to do a fatality or whatever like that. You know, like there would have to be things that you'd have to think about how you would make it work. You know what I mean? Clearly, it would introduce a lot of problems, and it would be very hard to make, and it would cost a lot of money, more money than they probably would want to spend, et cetera, et cetera. But like, if we don't do that, like, it's just never gonna have the success that a lot of the other fighting games have, and that stupid stigma is gonna go around with it forever. You know what I mean? Like, plus another thing, honestly, me personally, I just think that the fatalities are disgusting. I don't want to see those anymore. Oh, you're referring to the gore? Yeah, like I said, it wouldn't matter because the gore is still there. Like, at no point should they ever push the esports edition over the regular version of the game. Right? And if that's the case, and you literally call it the esports version, right? If you call the game the esports version, but people will know exactly what it's for, right? Like, people will know exactly what it's for. If it's like the esports edition, rated T for teen, right? And you're just like, oh, okay, I get it, you know? So it's not necessarily big to be bigger at the cost. So again, Mortal Kombat can't get bigger than it kind of is, right? Like, none of this goal, none of what I am suggesting is about making the game bigger. All of what I'm suggesting is to make it so that it can be a bigger thing in the esports world. Mortal Kombat, this is Mortal Kombat. This is the esports world of Mortal Kombat, okay? This is Mortal Kombat. This is the esports world. Mortal Kombat, the esports world. The only reason why you would create the esports edition is to try to make this little circle maybe a little bigger, or so that you can actually have like a, national championships, and, people could watch that. You know what I mean? And you could broadcast it with everything else. You know what I mean? So I'm not trying to make Mortal Kombat bigger. I'm trying to make the esports side of it more doable. Because again, it's hard to make content for this game because you have to black and white every time there's blood or cut it out on YouTube. So much to the point that the Invincible devs were like, yes, we have created a content creator mode in which there is no blood and no fatalities. Like, we are intending to put this in here so you can make content for the game on YouTube and not get any violence strikes against your video, so you can monetize it properly and stuff. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So, well, what I'm saying, Evil Moose, is that the reason why it'll work for underage kids is because look at what Blaz is doing, right? Blaz is like kicking ass in Street Fighter. That's what we want. That's what we want. But technically, Blaz should not be able to play Mortal Kombat. Cryme shouldn't be able to play Mortal Kombat. He shouldn't be playing the game. by rating rules, they should not be playing the game. But if they just happen to be a kid who is watching esports and I really love this Mortal Kombat, this looks fun, and I want to get into it, they have an avenue by which they can get the game without that stuff. I don't care about the rest of the kids. I'm only thinking about kids who want to play it competitively, and that's it. So, No, it's just for esports. It's just for esports because, again, so much of the violence in Mortal Kombat makes it so that it can't have the same kind of opportunities as other games. Oh yeah, again, it absolutely should stay that way. I've never said to get rid of. I've never said to get rid of the other version. Like the other version still exists. Like literally, the other version exists. Like don't tone the game down at all. This is why I say don't make it a mode because you don't even wanna taint the game with a non-violent mode. Like just leave it. Like make the game as violent and adult as possible. But because in an esports environment, like they're not going to get as many sponsors. The young kids can't really learn it because then people will be like, why is this 14-year-old playing this game? You know, you're gonna have a lot of, like, there's gonna be a lot of roadblocks that hurt the competitive scene. The only reason I want this to exist is for the competitive scene. But other than that, if you're not in the competitive scene, you should probably not even know that this version exists, right? Maybe if you just go online and you go look at all the Mortal Kombat content, you're like, why does none of this have blood? You know, like, but again, that's YouTube's fault, right? Like, I have made a Mortal Kombat video a long time ago, and I had to, you know, black and white a lot of the scenes to make it so that I could monetize my video. Because if you have the blood in there just as it is, like, you are literally limited in the amount of money that you can make because the video will be flagged as violence. And so, like, a good chunk of the advertisements will not play on your video. So you do not have as much of the pool to actually have ads. And so, like, your video will not make as much money monetized. And so if you're a content creator and you have the choice to make Street Fighter content or Mortal Kombat content, and your Street Fighter content is going to be way more profitable than your Mortal Kombat content because it's really annoying because you have to, like, black and white all these bloody scenes and do all this extra work on it. Like, you're going to just make Street Fighter content. And so now we're losing the ability for a lot of people to monetize the ability to make helpful content for Mortal Kombat. Streamers too, right? Streamers, if it's too violent, they might not be able to, you know, do as much with it. Just there's a lot of roadblocks. T1000, yep, because everyone started beating up on T1000 basically. So, yeah, they could make a clean replay mode or whatever like that. But again, that's only for the replays, right? So, you know, if I wanted to live stream to YouTube, what am I going to do? If I wanted to live stream to YouTube. Again, this is not trying to sanitize the game in any way. Like I said, keep the original, keep it so it's super violent, keep all that stuff in there. And like I said, don't even, like, if you don't have to, don't ever even mention that the esports version exists to be downloaded, you know, like make it so that you actively have to go and, like, find the esports version online. Like, it's literally only should be created to have it so that the competitive scene can grow and have more sponsors and, you know, more people can play it, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? That's all it is. That's all it is. I'm not trying to sanitize the game or change anything. Like, leave the game exactly as it is for 99% of the audience, because I would say that the esports audience for Mortal Kombat, being 1% of the player base, is actually almost kind of a little too kind. Because I don't think it is. Like, I think it's even smaller than 1%, right? And so, like, the majority of the people don't even have to know this esports edition exists, right? Unless they start watching competitive stuff. But that means they're watching competitive stuff, and that's kind of what we want in the first place, right? We want more people to watch it. And you could publicize it a little more. You can promote it a little bit better. And like I said, you have better sponsors, et cetera, et cetera. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to sanitize a game. I'm just saying there's a version out there that would work. So, yeah, I mean, I haven't seen it, but I have heard very brutal, but yet PG-13. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And, you know, one of the ways they get away with it is because all the predators are, they don't bleed red blood. And that's how they got away with it. Right? But if you had Mortal Kombat and everybody spilled out green blood, or like the Super Nintendo version of Mortal Kombat 1, that everybody was spewing out sweat, like, that would just be stupid. Right? Like, that would literally be stupid. So, you know, literally just make a different version that nobody even has to know about except for the esports scene, and that's it. Like, if you never ever interact with the esports side of Mortal Kombat, you'll never know it exists. Or maybe if you just watch content, like, it could just be for content, right? And that's it. That's it. Well, that went off a tangent there, and I didn't even get to start this topic. All right, let's start this topic where I'm not actually going to do this at all. So, let's start this topic. No more Mortal Kombat. No more Mortal Kombat. Let's do this thing. Let's do this thing over here, okay? Streamer Award nominees. Let's talk about this. Okay, real topic change here, editor. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is James Chen, aka Jay Chenzor. Thank you for choosing to come here and visit the Chenzor Dynasty channel here. We're going to be talking about something that's been kind of making a lot of people angry on Twitterverse recently. What a shock. People angry on Twitter? No way. But the Streamer Awards, which is a basically, awards show, awards site, organization that tries to give awards to the streamers out there so we can recognize, the best streamers, etc., just put out their nominations recently. And one of the categories of that nomination, as it is most years, is Best Fighting Game Streamer. And those of us in the many people in the fighting game community are kind of upset about it. But, to give you guys an example of, like, here's the awards that they have right now. So there's a music streamer, so that's not even games. Creative arts, not even games, role players. But, here, MOBA streamer, they've got MOBA streamers, best brand partners, hidden gems, recognizing a growing streamer averaging under 200 viewers this year. I should get a hidden gem award. No, just kidding. Because I am Gem. People have called me Gems Chen before, so I am the true hidden gem. Best Battle Royale streamer. But then we get to Best Fighting Game Streamer. And this is where everybody gets a little salty here. Because if we look at this, our nominees here are Sajam, Lily Pichu, Brawl Pro, and SK. Now, the first thing a lot of people are going to say, as you can see in the chat, Maximilian, dude, not there. He got a Legacy Streamer Award, which is kind of like a Lifetime Achievement Award. And Maximilian has literally said that he will not accept being nominated in this category anymore. He doesn't want to be there anymore. He wants to give the opportunity for other people. So Maximilian can't even, I think he's probably put the kibosh on him even being nominated in this category. Like, no matter what people try to do, I don't think he can show up here. But the thing that's got everybody upset right now is, obviously everyone's going to agree that Sajam absolutely deserves to be there. And if I'm not mistaken, he won for this category last year as well. Absolutely, Sajam deserves to be here, right? But a lot of people are going to be mad to see that, the other fighting game streamers are Lily Pichu, Brawl Pro, and SK. And, a lot of these players have very, very big audiences. So Lily Pichu, Brawl Pro, and SK have huge, huge audiences. They've kind of come into fighting games a little more recently. And this is what's making a lot of people mad. And to Sajam's credit, a lot of them kind of got into fighting games thanks to the Sajam Slam, which was him, Sajam, trying to replicate what, the Raccoon Cup did in Japan. And now, like, whenever Capcom streams a Street Fighter 6 event there that is restreamable, I think more people actually watch it on, like, the most popular VTubers channel than on Capcom Fighters. Like, because that's how big that VTuber is in Japan. Like, so, the Raccoon Cup brought in all these people, and they kind of helped spread fighting games to a lot of other people, and now a lot of people watch through their channels. And in fact, some of the FGC members who were coaches, like Haitani, like, kind of semi-retired from fighting games because his streams, like, every time Haitani streams, he gets like 10,000 viewers now because he was one of the coaches in the Raccoon Cup and got so popular from that he's just like making lots of money through streaming now. Recently he said he wants to get back into the competitive scene. Yeah, Tokido is super huge, et cetera, et cetera. And so Sajam was trying to replicate a lot of that in the US, and it's been wildly successful. The Sajam Slam has brought so many new viewers and so many new eyes, and a lot of people, who are absolutely now playing fighting games with ginormous audiences. So what I'm going to do here, because I didn't bring it up right away, and I should have, but if we look at this, right, so if I look at SK over here, she started by streaming Overwatch, I believe. But, I know this is not necessarily an indication of anything, but it's an indication of a lot. She, on Twitter, has 161,000 followers, right? 161.3K followers, right? And so, like, if we compare, and then we bring up, let's see, Brawl Pro here. Brawl Pro, is this him here? Oh yeah, this is him here. So Brawl Pro, okay, 23.1K followers, not as much, but still, pretty big in the Twitch universe. And then we look at someone like Lily Pichu, right? So we go look at Lily Pichu here, and she has 1.6 million followers on Twitter. Okay? Like 1.6 million viewers on Twitter. Okay? Again, 1.6 million viewers on Twitter. Okay? So, understand that even getting nominated in this category is a fan vote thing, if I'm not mistaken, if somebody can correct me on that, but that is what I have been hearing online all day. Let's see here. Okay, questions about nominations. Let's see. Can I nominate streamers from blah, blah, blah? Yes, you can nominate any live streamer as long as they are relevant. Are there constraints on which streamers I can nominate? Is there two constraints? What criteria? What peers should I consider? Let me see. I've already submitted the form. How many times can I submit nominations? We limit it to one set per person. When is the nomination? Okay. So that already ended. Let's see. Yeah, but basically, as you can see, what it is that it is just kind of a fan vote thing, right? So, if you're a fighting game player and you're coming here and you're like, who are these people? Why are they getting in the way? And again, Lily Pichu, like someone like Lily Pichu is getting like really gatekeeping kind of messages. And she like screen capped one of them and like tweeted, it was just like, you're not even a fighting game player. You're just a tourist. You don't deserve to... Bro, like, she has played so much fighting games. She fought against Harada at EVO and beat him, and like, as like I said in my response to her tweet, is like she's actually opened up fighting games to way more people than probably like almost anyone in the fighting game community, right? Like, like it's hard to not, understand how big she is in a lot of, in the Twitch, in the streaming verse, I guess you can call it. And so we have to understand that it is very important that we are getting some of these people streaming fighting games. And because it's a fan vote, yes, they're going to get in there. And if you don't think that they should be there, then it's kind of up to us to do something about it, right? Because I'll tell you this right now, I don't think anyone's doing anything about it. Like, we can show, like, I can ask this question. This clip could go viral to everybody, everywhere. But, like, put it out in the most crazy fighting game circle and be like, did you nominate somebody? Did you nominate somebody to be in this category for best fighting game streamer? Almost everybody who says yes is going to say they voted for Sajam. Because Sajam has, like, the biggest audience outside of Maximilian right now, right? And so, like, if you're mad that this happened, right, like, that means we have to do better, right? Like, it's not these people's fault. It's not the Streamer Awards' fault. It's our fault, right? Like, we're not doing enough to promote these guys. And also, like, we don't have really any streamer that is pure fighting games that is this level, right? Because, like, Eris is a variety streamer. Even Maximilian is, like, largely a variety streamer. Sajam is, like, one of the only ones, but he plays a lot of other games too, right? If I'm not mistaken, like, he'll play Marvel Rivals and stuff like that on his stream from time to time, but that doesn't count. Look, Sajam is all fighting games, whatever. Like, he's fighting game. Like, that's what he's going to be talking about the majority of the time, right? So, yeah, like Brian F., Diaphone, Justin Wong, right? Like, we're the ones who should be trying to get them out there. And the truth of the matter is, and again, like, this is stuff that I talk about all the time, is that fighting games aren't that popular. Outside of, like, Street Fighter 6 in Japan, fighting games are a niche, right? They're a niche contained within a niche, contained within a niche, right? Like, you got video games, and then you got, like, esports, and then you got fighting games, right? Like, people have to understand that fighting games are not big. We don't really tick anybody's radar. You know what I mean? We're not, like, if something crazy in a fighting game happens, like, nobody's gonna know. Right? Like, Shanghai wins back-to-back EWC, right? And, like, who's gonna know, right? Like, that's the thing, right? So fighting games are still relatively small. And yeah, it hurts to say that as a person who loves fighting games, and that my only goal in life is to try to make people watch fighting games, but I don't think our community is doing a very good job opening up our genre to other people, whether it's the devs' fault, whether it's the content creators' fault, whether it's the tournament's fault or whatever. Like, fighting games are a hard sell, right? They've always been a hard sell because, of all the reasons that I've said a million times in other streams. Hard to play, they're hard to get into, I know I always say they're the hardest to get into, not the hardest to be an expert at. They're all equally as hard to get super good at. But to break through the initial barrier, I think fighting games are the hardest. Because it's solo, because it's so vague, and because it's so obtuse, and because no natural human tendency rewards you in fighting games. Every single thing that you would, like, instinctively do is wrong, right? And people are going to say, well, that's true for every one of those games, every competitive game out there. It kind of is and it isn't, because, like, yeah, sure, running away may kill your party, But as Keats said when he was talking about Rumbleverse, when I told him I just kept running away from everybody, he was like, but you can. But you can. And that's a legit way to play. You know, and so like if I'm a person who hates conflict and I'm like avoiding people, or if I'm playing League of Legends and I'm like someone's chasing me and I manage to flash my way out of there or hide in a bush, I'd be like, yay! Even though I'm hurting my team, I still have a moral victory, right? So that just doesn't exist in fighting games, right? Like everything that your natural human tendency to do will get you killed faster. So, you know, I do think fighting games are the hardest to get into. And, you know, the barrier that we are trying to overcome is exactly what players like Lily Pichu, Brawl Pro, and SK are doing. Ever since Lily Pichu has started learning fighting games, like, I swear to God, like, half the time she's tweeting, she's like, I'm so glad I found fighting games. Oh my God, this is so fun. Like, oh, fighting games are so great. This is like the best thing. Oh man, I've never had this much fun. Like, fighting games mean so much to me now, blah, 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 blah. Like, Lily Pichu is like being one of the best ambassadors to our genre that exists out there right now. And if people are watching her, seeing her enjoy it, and, you know, seeing her suffering moments of getting salty, because that's part of the process. You can't avoid that. But if she keeps going and she keeps ranking up and she keeps getting stronger, and now she's at the point, because I've told people this, fighting games are the hardest to get into, but in my opinion are one of the most rewarding games to actually get good at, because when you get good at a fighting game, it's not that you learned how to do this better. You've actually just had to become a smarter person. You know, like that. Like, I'm not trying to, like, people are gonna be like, I see the Event Hub's article now. James Chen calls everybody stuck in gold a moron, you know, like, kind of thing. But like, my point being is, like, when you get good at fighting games, there is this growth that you can feel, and it's amazing, right? To write Gunte, say, I don't even know what she did before. I actually personally have no idea what she used to stream before. You know, so like, what she's doing for the fighting game community is exactly what we need more people to do. To show that it's hard, but as you learn, it gets better. And like I said, like, she has 1.6 million followers on Twitter. There's no reason for her to be like, let me be nice to the FGC so they'll like me, because that'll increase her follower count to like 1.61 followers, right? Like, she doesn't need any of that. So she's not pandering to anybody when she sits there and says how much she's loving fighting games. This is a genuine thing. And most people who eventually go down this path feel the same way, because that's what fighting games do for you. And to have somebody with the presence of a Lily Pichu or an SK or a Brawl Pro or any one of those, you know, streamers that we've seen, Coney, you know, some of the other, you know, big players that are in, you know, the Sage Jam Slams and such, like, it's so important to see that. And that's why, like, I've always said that I think the Sage Jam Slam is so great, because it gets to have people see the struggles of trying to get good, but also provides the best atmosphere for it by having the teams and by having people encourage you and people on your side and people with actual, like, motivation and, like, an actual, like, personal reasons for you to improve, you know, like a personal stock in you improving. That's the term I'm trying to say, you know. Oh, she used to be a League streamer. Okay, got it. But it's really important. And so, like, you know, people are mad, like, oh, these people shouldn't be getting nominated. Smug should be getting nominated. Justin, Brian F., you know, it's a Diaphone, et cetera, et cetera. But, you know, that's on us, right? That's on us. And the interesting thing about it is that without people like a Lily Pichu or an SK or a Brawl Pro playing fighting games, we might not ever get to the point where a Brian F. can get nominated. Right? So, like, because clearly you can't, like, this is the Streamer Awards. It's fan voted and stuff, so it's going to be based on popularity. Like, it's hard to avoid that, right? So, like, some people can come to me right now and be like, James, like, you're by far the best fighting game stream on Twitch because you're mature, you discuss things really intelligently, you see things differently, you know, you have a maturity that's not present in a lot of other, you know, people's streams, and you care and you have a passion, blah, blah, blah. I also have 31 viewers on my Twitch and 20 viewers on my YouTube right now. Like, I don't expect to get nominated for anything, right? Because it is like, I can do all this stuff as I want, but like, I'm not really growing the scene enough, right? Like, I'm not really making a mark as much. And so, like, is it kind of annoying to have it so that you feel like none of the fighting game players are getting nominated for this thing, you know? But like I said, them being nominated is going to lead to a lot of other people that you want nominated. Now, I do want to address, you know, the fact that everybody's mad about it. You know, I didn't want to say this on Twitter because I just don't want to, because Twitter, I just don't want to, like, hate that platform discussing things. Like, we have to stop being so goddamn bitter, right? And again, this is not an FGC thing. This is this happens within the FGC. Like, I can tell you as a commentator, like, when a game like Under Night or Guilty Gear got big and everything like that, and then it's like, oh, here's Evo, and they hired Yipes and James to commentate Guilty Gear. Like, the Guilty Gear scene's gonna be like, what the F, dude? Like, we have all these great people who know the game, who play the game, and like, you know, they're dedicated to the game. Why are we putting Yipes and James Chen on Guilty Gear? Like, even though me and Yipes love the game, we would commentate, we'd have fun, we'd respect it and everything like that. But like, it's frustrating to a smaller scene to feel like their work is not being rewarded, and that somebody else is just coming in and stealing the glory. And I get that. I totally get that. You know, but we can't have it both ways in a way, right? Like, it's hard to make it so that the scene can gain that popularity so that the true people there are rewarded without having a little bit of outside influence. As much as I've said I've wanted to avoid MLG, I wanted to avoid all this stuff, and it wasn't because, you know, for me, there was a lot of protecting our own people and such, but I also felt like, honestly, that those other avenues would actually be more harmful for us in the end, right? We don't want to get people involved who don't genuinely like it. So that's the thing, right? Like, Lily Pichu, Brawl, and SK have been streaming a lot of fighting games. And like I said, all Lily Pichu does with fighting games is just talk about like how much she's so happy she's learned to play fighting games, and fighting games has come into her life and all stuff. And like I said, that shit's pretty genuine. And so, like, you know, it's okay. I mean, like, I have literally, like, you know, when I found out that like Jamie Lee Curtis played Street Fighter 2 and that her main was Cammy, I was like, God, like, maybe she can help us. Or, you know, Mark Cuban, at one point in time, I was just like, you know, he's rich, he likes tech, he's young, maybe we should make him learn about Evo. When I found out Joseph Gordon-Levitt loves Street Fighter 2, and that, you know, when he was on Third Rock from the Sun, the first thing that he bought with his own money, you know, with his acting money, was a Street Fighter 2 cabinet. And I forgot who was interviewing him, but, you know, he was explaining, it's like, yeah, it's like high-speed chess. And the person interviewing, I don't remember if it was one of those late-night guys. They were like, oh, what? You're really comparing a video game to chess? And Joseph Gordon-Levitt was like, you clearly don't understand Street Fighter. Like, he just, like, brushed him off. I've like tried to tweet at Joseph Gordon-Levitt before. I'm like, hey, look at this cool stuff. Like, you need that kind of thing. It's hard for things to grow organically. It's hard for things to grow organically. You need a lot of luck. You do need a lot of luck. But again, the preparation is what makes the luck actually stick, right? So obviously, we have a lot of work to do for ourselves and stuff, but, in order to grow and become more of a thing, a lot of circumstances have to go in the right way, and you have to take advantage of everything that you can, right? And I'm not saying like we should get a whole swath of super famous people to come in the fighting game and they can represent our scene because they've got the audience. No, what I'm saying is that having someone like a Lily Pichu become very interested in fighting games and promoting it and talking about it and just singing the praises of the genre over and over again are going to allow all the people that are in our community to succeed. That's what's going to help, right? Like, and trying to, gatekeep her or like push her away or whatever like that is not going to help. Like, literally, it's like, of course we don't want it if the person is not genuine, right? That they're like, oh, I don't actually like fighting games, but I'm going to say I like fighting games so I can rake in all that fighting game money. I mean, like, first of all, like, what? And second of all, like we will try to kick out people like that. Like, yeah, we don't want to promote those kind of people. But if they're genuinely interested, like, I think that's great. I think that's great. And I think that's really important, right? So, let's see. What do I have here in the chat here? Man, I remember following, let alone get nominated award show. Big time watching some Relatable go through the early gauntlet. Yeah, Lee. Oh, okay. Here we go. That also said, I have seen her FG Salt clip, and it was pretty funny too. Heavily relatable. Yeah, again, I mean, I have my most famous Salt video, that Tekken clip, right? And like, I've never apologized about that. I've never felt embarrassed by that clip. I think that's a great clip to see. Honestly, like, I think it's helpful to people. I've had a lot of people tell me that clip has actually helped them a lot because they get mad at when they play fighting games, and to see someone relatable get mad like that who knows fighting games, like, actually encourage them in a way. So like, I'm like, Salt clip ahoy, like, let's go, right? Let's go. I kind of get it. I would have liked my underdog pick to be there in the awards representing fighting games, but like, I suppose it's years and years of understanding we're hella niche. Yeah, and again, like, if Lily Pichu is here nominated, I've already seen a lot of people from not fighting game community go like, who's Sajam? Right? Like, a lot of the people who are like, saying like, like, Lily Pichu, you should be nominated, and then like her followers will like respond and be like, who the hell is Sajam? Right? Like, they don't know who he is. And what does that do? Like, people will respond, oh, he's a very famous streamer. I saw one response to someone, it's like, yeah, he broadcast Evo, he runs the Sajam Slam, does this, and I forgot, he mentioned something else that like Sajam was really famous for doing, right? And like, whether or not that turns into a direct new Sajam viewer, it's exposure. Because in the future, if somebody goes around and is like, blah, 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 oh, I'm starting to get really interested in this brand new fighting game coming out. And they go through and they're like, go to the fighting game, who should I watch? And they see Sajam, oh, wasn't he that one guy that was nominated in that fighting game show where someone told me, like, let's check out his stream. Right? It's how advertising works, right? You don't put on a commercial, say, buy Liquid Plumber, and expect people to jump out of their chair and go buy Liquid Plumber. You say, buy Liquid Plumber, buy Liquid Plumber, buy Liquid Plumber, and then when they go to the store after their toilet clogged and like, fuck, I gotta fix this, they run to the supermarket and they look down and they see brand that they've never heard of, another brand that they never heard of, and Liquid Plumber, they're going to be like, well, I've heard of this one, so it probably is better than the other two, and they'll grab that one. That's how advertising works, right? And so, like, having this kind of situation, so if you did get your underdog guy in here, it would help. Like, if we had Sajam, Lily, Pichu, SK, and Brian F., maybe some people would actually look into what the hell Brian F. is doing. Like, who's Brian F.? Like, people might actually, like, learn about it that way. Or not even necessarily right away, but in, like, a year or two down the line, maybe they'll actually remember Brian F. and come and take a look, right? So it's not about having these people take over and profit from the stuff that we're doing. It's having these people raise awareness that we exist because, again, we're so niche that most people probably don't even know we exist outside of EVO. For most people who casually watch EVO, if you ask them to name all the other fighting game events, they probably can't name any of them. They only know EVO exists. So, you know, one of the reasons why I've been so big on EVO and such a massive supporter of EVO, because I know it has a unique position to be able to gather more fans, to get more people into our fighting game community. And not to belabor this point again, but I know in the past I've been very good at doing that. That's how I commentate EVO, to get more people. And I always have people come up to me and say, if it wasn't for your EVO commentary, I wouldn't be at EVO. If it wasn't for your EVO commentary, I wouldn't even be playing, etc., right? Like, that's how I view the whole thing, right? Like, you want to turn these people into fans. And a Lily Pichu is going to be able to do that tenfold, 100-fold, 500-fold better than anything I can do. Like, I can't get as many people interested in fighting games as, like, a Lily Pichu can. And so, like, it sucks for a lot of people. It hurts right now to see that, Sajam is the only, like, true fighting game streamer on this list. But, like, one, like, it will help our other streamers. And two, do something about it, right? Do something about it. Start putting out things like, dude, everybody vote for Brian F. He has the best stream. Everybody vote for Punk. He has the best stream. He's hilarious. Like, start doing stuff about that. Start trying to help promote your favorite streamer's stream. Start, raising the awareness. Bring up when the voting starts. Keep track of it, and as soon as it starts, like when the nominees start putting out the post. Like, hey, tag me, Jay Chenzor. Can you, like, retweet this to tell people to start nominating, like, fighting game streamers and stuff like that? Like, maybe we can actually make a mark that way, honestly. Mark Cuban is actually a bit of a bad example. When it started to get big with all the teams and orgs appearing years back, he thought esports might not a good investment due to little ROI. Because he was right, and it's still right. Again, the time that I was trying to get Mark Cuban in was like EVO, like 2006 or 2005. Like, I was thinking about it way back then. God, this reminded me of a different struggle. I follow the resurgence of modern indie Filipino pro wrestling since 2015-ish, and, like, they've made it quite far, but there's always the struggle of how do we get eyes on the local talent, and so how sometimes that goes in between, get foreign wrestlers to get eyes on our locals or celebrities, which does evoke similar feelings of the whole thing you were discussing. Yeah, and the crazy thing about it, too, is, like, people also have to realize that everybody's going through this all the time. Like you said, the modern indie Filipino pro wrestling. When I was going to Texas Showdown, I think it was Texas Showdown, like, I ended up sharing a ride with the American voice actor of Soul Bad Guy in Guilty Gear, Exert, and Strive, like, to the venue. And, as most voice actors would tell you, like, most of them aren't making a ton of money. Like, they're struggling, kind of a thing, Same thing with all these, like, I talk to people about other passionate things that they're passionate about, like bodybuilding, like Mr. Universe competitions and stuff like that. Most of those people are probably not making any money either, like even with all the X Games hype a long time ago, like most of those guys probably aren't making a ton of money either, right? Like it's tough out there, man. It's tough. And like if you want to, be gatekeepy and just be like, no, don't come near, like you are not allowed as part of our awesomeness. Like there are people out there who will be like, I'd rather stay grassroots than to get bigger. And you know what? If you're one of those people, more power to you. Yell all about it that you want, right? But you can't be mad that your favorite fighting game streamer is not nominated if that's your mentality, right? Because you like, I want to stay grassroots. I don't want this shit to grow. Then you shouldn't care who's nominated for fighting game streamer at the Streamer Awards, because you should already hate everything about the Streamer Awards, right? Like, you shouldn't care. If you care, then you actually do, deep within your soul, care about the scene getting outside of grassroots more than you think you do. Let's see. That Tekken 7 blow-up clip reminded me of when my friends and I played Quiplash around that time, and one of us used your name as a screen name. Then we had a question that led where my answer was the blow-up. That's funny. Weird that somebody would use my name, but you know what? Let's go. The Streamer Awards are nominated by fans filling out a form. Yeah, we definitely talked about that for sure. Why are people mad about the Streamer Awards like it's a big deal? I don't know. Like, I don't know what they were expecting. Like I said, if you're mad and you didn't do anything when the nominations started, like, you can't be mad. You literally can't be mad. On that, if it wasn't for blah, 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 it's like if I didn't listen to you or Hell Pockets or Steve, etc., I wouldn't have had my small aspirations to commentate fighting games and give it a try some years ago. Who would have thought that an award show would ultimately be a marketing blitz? Everything is a marketing blitz, man. Everything is a marketing blitz. If you don't think that the entire world is well, I should say at least in America, where we are in some, like, where capitalism reigns supreme, everything's a marketing blitz. Like, no, like, there's so very few people who are doing it for, like, the like, like, oh, I just, this should be like this. I mean, like, it's weird. Like, I can say, like, I only want to get bigger and more famous so I can help other fighting game players become bigger and more famous. But I still recognize that I need to become big and famous to be able to do a lot of that stuff, right? Like, Sajam is in a position that he can run the Sajam Slam, right? You talk to any of the other people in the FGC, they can't do it. Like, they don't have the funds to be able to do a lot of these things. Sajam is popular enough and he can, sustain enough of a living that he can take the hit to do that. Literally, the only reason Evo exists is because Tom and Tony Cannon are rich, or were rich, right? I don't know what the state is now. I'm sure they're still doing well for themselves. But back then, for B4 and B5 and Evo 2002, the first Evo and stuff, the only reason why we could run those, and the only reason why Shoryuken.com could exist to be a great hub for everybody to learn about fighting games, because Tom and Tony Cannon were willing to accept losing money on this stuff every single year. There was a rule that you could not publicize any matches that you recorded at Evo, because we were going to publish all of them on a DVD, because the DVD was the only way that they could recoup losses. Shoryuken.com at one point in time was like on the top 100 most visited websites in the world or something stupid like that. It was something ridiculous. Like, Shoryuken.com, if you guys don't know how big Shoryuken.com got at one point in time, it was massive. Like, it had a lot of traffic. Like, it was crazy. It was weird. But Shoryuken.com didn't sell anything, but they still had to pay for all the bandwidth and the hosting fees. And so they were losing thousands of dollars on that site every month. Not a year, like every month. They were losing thousands of dollars on that website, man. Like, there's not a lot of people out there that can do the stuff that Sajam does right now. I don't remember where I was going with that point, but, like, oh, that's right. I remember, because I was talking about how I know that in order to accomplish the things that I want to accomplish, I have to get big and actually make money, right? Like, so as much as, like, I can say, like, oh, but I'm doing it for the greater purpose because I want the fighting games to grow and, I want to help these people and stuff, right? Like, yeah, it's true, but, like, I still have to market myself to be in a position to do that, right? Like, I can't even accomplish that goal. Like, there's no way I can accomplish that goal doing what I'm doing right now, because I just don't have a big enough audience. I don't have enough people watching. I don't have enough people who who think I even know what I'm talking about half the time, right? Like, most people just think I'm a senile old man. So even when I'm sitting here, like I said, like, I talked about in the past few weeks, I've had to change, like, I've had to kind of revert my commentary back, because I was trying very hard to commentate for casual viewers, but I can't do that, because then I won't get hired for gigs. So I know I have to go back to being far more analytical, because that's what people want, and that's how they judge who is a good commentator. I've had several people already tell me, like, wow, the last two times you commentated, at the Chengdu thing and at the recent esports highlights thing, like, your commentary was really good those days. And it's because I had to shift my focus back to, what I know people want out there. Because, like I said, I can't help bring anybody in if I'm not actually getting any of the jobs, right? Like, that's the truth of the matter out there. So I have to figure out a way, and this is what I should have done in the first place. So I was just making a mistake. Honestly, this is my fault, because I was stubborn and I didn't. It was different a long time ago when, personalities like me and such could shape a lot of the fighting game community, but it's not like that anymore. Because it is a lot bigger now. I don't have that same kind of power. And so, I have to find a good way to, give the existing audience what they want while still being able to try to achieve my personal goal of appealing to more casual viewers. And I haven't been doing that. And I realize now that's my mistake, and I need to do better on that. So, I have to reevaluate a lot of things and just kind of do things a little bit differently now, And again, like I said, that's not anybody's fault, right? I'm not going to be mad at the system. I'm not going to be mad that fighting games are growing too big. I have no power. It's like I can only be mad at myself, because while I have the forethought to want to try to get more people into the community, we're not in a position right now where that is being particularly effective, because we're still niche, right? We're still niche. Like, I do that a lot at Evo, and I wouldn't do that at a lot of other events, but I've started doing it at all the other events, not just Evo. And I think that was kind of a little bit of the mistake that I made, honestly. So a little lack of insight, a little lack of intelligence in a way. So, I'm trying to change things up, do things differently. But again, like, I know, because now I realize that, the only way that I can achieve my ultimate goal is to, stay in the game, kind of, and market myself and advertise myself. So yeah, back to what started all this. Everything is marketing, dude. Everything is marketing. Oh man. Anyways, that's the take that I have on that, right? So on this whole situation again, like again, Lily Pichu is doing way more for the fighting game community than anybody else, like in the fighting game community, except for Sajam, probably because Sajam is doing the thing. He's finding the people to bring in the larger audience, which is what Japan has done. And now look what's going on in Japan, right? Like Street Fighter 6 is like ridiculously popular. So, you know, that's very, very important. And then, of course, you know, tangentially related to this is the Game Awards. I don't even know if I want to talk about this one, but obviously people are kind of frustrated because, like, the nominations are the Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection, Virtua Fighter 5, Revo World Stage, Capcom Fighting Collection 2, not even the Marvel Collection. Marvel Collection I think was nominated last year, if I'm not mistaken. 2XKO, which technically hasn't even been released, and then Fatal Fury: City of the Wolves, which is like the only like legit nominee here, right? Because these two are game collections of old games. This is an old game, and this is a game that hasn't even been released yet. So like this is legit the only real nominee here, which is Fatal Fury: City of the Wolves. Look, all I'm gonna say is that I have no like like I got so angry at the Game Awards last year when they were like trying to do like some it was like the esports awards, I think it was. Like they were like, oh yeah, greatest moment in esports this past year. Here's this crazy League of Legends clip where this player was in this situation and had to do damage, otherwise this would like not be able to succeed, and oh my god, it's crazy. And now here's this one, like all of his teammates were dead and it was 1v5 and somehow he managed to kill the entire team. And here's this moment at EVO with Hayao. I can't even explain it. I don't know what happened. I'll let the clip speak for itself. Like like bro, like they don't care, man. They don't care about fighting games. They don't care about fighting games. So, you know what? I don't. Oh, man. Thing about it is they've reached. I need to go double check, but I think they have reached out to me before to try to be more of like a fighting game liaison for the Game Awards. I'll have to go see if that's actually the same organization or something like that. But even then, I don't know what I could do as one person, right? Like, I don't even know what I could do, but I don't know. I'll look into it. Maybe see if I can do something to help there. But I mean, like, so an interesting question is, what would you nominate for Fighting Game of the Year, right? Like, it's interesting because we have to think about it in two different ways, right? Are we talking about fighting game released this year? Or are we just talking about fighting game that has the biggest presence, right? Because if we're talking about that, like Street Fighter 6 should still be nominated, right? Alongside something like Fatal Fury. What is the criteria of this? And how do all the other kind of genres do this, right? How does a lot of the other genres do this? So if we go to best RPG, you know, is it that, you know, did Outer Worlds 2 come out? Oh no, I'm thinking of Outer Wilds. I'm sorry. Okay, Outer Worlds 2, Monster Hunter Wilds, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Claire Obscure Expedition 33, and Avowed. Like those are all legit 2025, right? So do we view the Game Awards more like the Oscars, for example, right? And I'm assuming that's kind of how we should be viewing it, right? Because if that's the case, What else is even nominatable for fighting games this year? What fighting games even came out in 2025? It's like Fatal Fury City of the Wolves. 2XKO, does that count? Capcom Fighting Collection 2 compilation. Hunter x Hunter. What else? Yeah, I would assume that it's more like the Oscars type of thing. But what would be nominated? What would be nominated this year? I mean, technically, no, actually not, because Mortal Kombat 1 and Tekken 8 were nominated last year, weren't they? Because they came out at the end of 2024, but we're already in November 2025, so those came out like in September-y kind of time. No, Tekken 8 came out this year, right? Tekken 8 came out this year, right? It came out in February because it came out at the same time as Under Night in Birth, right? Under Night in Birth came out this year too. So the nominees should have been Under Night in Birth, Sis Celeste, Tekken 8, like Hunter x Hunter, Fatal Fury City of the Wolves. I mean, honestly, if you just like went with those four, I think it would work. I think it would work. Was Tekken 8 2024? Oh, because Tekken won last year. I see. Okay. Tekken 8 was last year. All right. So that means Under Night came out last year too. For some reason, I have a memory they came out in February, but that's not true then. They came out before that. Okay. Yeah, then, I mean, honestly, we have Hunter x Hunter and City of the Wolves. I think that's it. I think that's really it, right? So, yeah, I mean, Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection, Capcom Fighting Collection, and 2XKO are honestly not, they're not something to be mad about. Because Marvel Collection got nominated last year, I'm pretty sure. January 26, 2024 for Tekken 8. God, did I get the years wrong? Holy shit, that's right. Tekken's been around longer than a year. Shit, dude, what is time? That's right. Under Night and Tekken came out early 2024. Jesus Christ. And that means MK1 came out end of 2023. Oh my God, where is time going? I can't even remember what year we're in anymore. Jesus Christ, why did I think Tekken 8 and Under Night came out this year? How could I have gotten my time schedule so effed up that I totally didn't remember they came out early 2024, not 2025? Jesus. Oh, man. Yeah, so honestly, you can't even be mad at the nominees for the Game Awards, because what else could be nominated? Like, nothing. Nothing. I do think that, I mean, it is part of the time blindness that I have from ADHD and stuff, but still. I mean, the only one we can really be kind of like, huh, is 2XKO, because if 2XKO gets an official launch, technically it can't be nominated that year, although they did nominate Multiverses twice. What they should do, to be honest with you, is that, God, why are you so cute, Nathan? Dude, he's so cute. Look at him with the paw. Oh my God, you're so cute. Why? Why are you so cute? What they should do for fighting game awards, because fighting games are definitely more unique and tend to have less games come out of the genre, is they kind of have to allow season passes to be nominated in a weird way. Like, you'd have to just put in Street Fighter 6 Season 3, and then, like, Tekken 8 Season 2, which people would probably be more mad about getting nominated than anything. But yeah, like, season passes, I think, have to just be accepted as a category because, oh my God, why are you so cute? Holy crap. Look at this guy. Oh my God, look at him. Oh boy. Oh. But yeah, like, that's what we'd have to do, because fighting games are meant to last longer than a lot of other genres, and a lot of other genres just have more games in that genre being released than fighting games. Okay, all right. You want to get out of here. Go, 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 go. Yeah, indie fighting games would be good as well, and that would be a really good bone to throw to indie fighting games. The part that sucks is that I don't even know I don't even know what most indie fighting games that came out this year were. And there were a lot too. There were a lot that came out this year, because I remember seeing a bunch of them. Like out of nowhere, like, oh look, here's this new game here and stuff, And maybe that is what we try to do. But I wonder if people would be mad if, like, season passes got nominated, right? Because, like, let's say Street Fighter 6 Season 4, like, changes it all up, and throw loops are gone, and drive rushes aren't as bad, and like, they actually, like, do a great job making the game, like, to a point where more people are happy. It's essentially kind of like releasing a sequel before, right? Because we could nominate Street Fighter 2, Champion Edition, Hyper Fighting, Super Street Fighter 2, and Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, as well as Alpha 1 and Alpha 2 and Alpha 3, etc., as different games. So with a game like obviously Street Fighter 6 hasn't changed drastically between Season 1 and 3, but let's just say, like I said, in Season 4, they actually decide to shake things up. Like, would they have to do the thing where they just call it Super Street Fighter 6? Or would it just be called Street Fighter 6? And is that fair that it can't get nominated? It's a really interesting question. I'm going to think about this one for a bit. So, but in any case, yeah, the only answer is the games that are nominated are fine, or that we have to find a bunch more indie games to nominate. And I still don't know what's going to happen with 2XKO, because Multiverses got nominated for Fighting Game of the Year when it first came out as a beta that we didn't know was a beta, and then was a beta, and then it came out again, and I think it got nominated again, right? But is there an ongoing category? Like for other games, is there like ongoing, an ongoing like MOBA game or something like that? Or are they all in the same category? Is like League of Legends in the same category as, Overwatch, as same category as Fortnite, whatever, Bruh. Okay, hang on a second, baby. Hang on. Oh, don't do that. Oh, you have slowed my mouse down. Okay, here we go. Oh. Hi, Nathan. No. No. Oh. You won't let me use my computer. Oh my God, look at you. Just trying to be, oh my God, look at this cat. Hi, Nathan. Oh, I know you're hungry. It's still not even time for you to eat yet, and you're hungry, and you're like, stop streaming, Daddy. Stop streaming, Daddy. I want to get food. I want cuddles. I want loving and hugs. And I want to be paid attention to. Oh, God. It's so hard not for you to... Whoa, the brightness level on that went crazy. Holy crap. Oh, it's so hard not for you to succeed at what you're doing. Yeah, that'll help a little bit. Oh. I mean, Jasmine has jumped on my joystick during the middle of a ranked match before. Oh, don't push. No, don't. Nathan, don't push the mouse off the table. I understand it's a mouse and you want to knock it off the table. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, there we go. Look at majestic boy. Look at little majestic boy. Oh, what a majestic boy. What a majestic boy. Oh, you like the cheek scratch. Oh, look how happy he is. Look how happy the boy is. Oh, man. I swear I should just stream the times where I'm just like cuddling with my cats. Like if I'm just on the couch and I'm just like lying with the cats. I should just stream that, and I think that would probably get more popular than my other streams. Though, to be fair, I don't stream a lot. I know I promised I would stream more, and I've been doing a terrible, terrible job of that. But, like, I've just been, like, oh, God. No real excuses. I've just been messing up, and then also I've been kind of busy. I've been cleaning a little bit because I'm so tired of my house being a mess, and the past couple of days, I've had a little bit more of my executive function in place, and I think it's because I actually got a decent amount of sleep, so I've actually been more productive and proactive about stuff. So, you know, part of it is just going to have to be that I'm going to have to try to keep up with, you know, actually sleeping at a decent schedule, so... He's a very sweet boy, Shay. Very, very sweet boy. He's such a good boy. Right, Nathan? Oh, look at him. He wants the pounce. He wants... Oh, hi. Hi. Oh! Bro. Nathan, did you really just try to end my show? Did you really just try to end my show? Bro. That was definitely Nathan who did that. I don't even know how. He made my hand click the mouse. Bro, Nathan, oh my God. You are such a smart cat. Or something. I don't even know how you knew how to do that. That was hilarious. Oh my God. That is a clip that we need to clip and I need to post up on social media. Oh, he tried to run. He was like, no, Daddy, you're going to pick me up again. I don't want to be picked up. I understand, Nathan. I mean, you see how affectionate I am with this cat, but I don't think there's a single soul out there who can blame me. Because this guy is adorable. Look at him. Look at the kitty. Look at the kitty. Look at the kitty. Look at the kitty. He's so cute. He's so cute and adorable. He's so cute. Look at him. Look at him. Oh, Nathan, you're the best. Okay, you know what? I think that means it's time for me to end the stream here. So, because I've got some cats to cuddle. But yeah, that's kind of my take on all this stuff. As usual, whenever I tackle a topic, it really always just comes down to this side, whatever. It's always kind of a little in here. You know, my goal would be, of course, to get Brian F. nominated. But I understand that having a person like Lily Pichu get into it and get nominated and bring eyes onto our scene is one of the several steps we can take to get to that point where Brian F. is nominated. Again, it's not the only path. There's a lot of different ways we can do this. But this is not a necessarily harmful way because, as I said, it is also very clear that Lily Pichu is so genuine about her love for fighting games. Like I said, There's nothing, she's not gaining brownie points from anybody by saying, oh my God, I love fighting games. I wish I've played these my whole life kind of talk, because she already has 1.6 million viewers before fighting games. Like, she's not trying to win over any viewers or whatever, right? Like, seriously. So, you know, the fact that she is saying a lot of this stuff will eventually help lead us to the point where we can get someone like a Brian F. nominated, because hopefully we'll get more people interested in fighting games and watching. That's the hard part. The turnover rate is the hard part. But that is a difficult thing to do, and that often is something that is relied on. Oh my God. Okay. So, Nathan, definitely, no, or is it Jasmine? I'm not sure which one of them walked onto my arcade setup over here, but I just noticed something flashing in the corner of my eyes, and I turned and looked, and I saw this, and I was like, oh, what is happening? Yeah, exactly, right? It's all about campaigning. That's just what it is. And again, yeah, and if you care about it that much next year, make sure you do something about it, right? That's just really what it comes down to. All right. Activated turbo on one of the buttons. Obviously, the rev guard button. In any case, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for watching. What does this mean? Should accolades be tactical? I don't know. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, should it be? No. So the Streamer Awards, her getting nominated is a side effect of her being very popular and being good for our scene and bringing eyes to the fighting games, right? Should fighting games be should award shows be tactical? I mean, that's kind of what they are, like, in a weird way, right? I mean, for someone who, like, actually genuinely likes watching the Oscars and stuff like that, because of my brother, I also know how much campaigning goes on and, like, little weird, like, trends and stuff like that, you know, things like that. And yes, like, I would say that the Oscars are more genuine in terms of the accolades, although there's a lot of years where, like, the movie that, like, I think is clearly the best movie, you know, doesn't win, and something that, like, nobody even remembers. Like, I was super mad the year that Moulin Rouge lost to A Beautiful Mind. Like, I was just like, and there was, like, a whole bunch of movies nominated that year that I thought all should have did better than A Beautiful Mind. But, like, that one over, like, Moulin Rouge, I was, like, super mad, right? Like, so, you know, it's like, there's still, like, things like that happening here and there. I do feel like it's largely genuine, but the problem is fighting games aren't big enough to be able to reap those kind of rewards and those benefits. We can't get genuine because, like, the accolades, yeah, it should be like Brian F. and all that stuff. But again, this is a fan-voted thing. Like 70% fan voting and 30% panelists. And if the panelists don't push a little bit of their power into it, like, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen because of us. We have to make a bigger push for it. And so, honestly, next year, if anybody catches wind that the nominations are starting for the Streamer Awards, please somebody tag me, if you can even remember, so I can start campaigning for people. So I can put it out there, like, guys, start campaigning for your favorite fighting game streamer, right? I will definitely try to use my reach to help, you know, make this feel a little more, you know, palatable to people. But if anything that this year is going to do, it's going to wake people up, right? It's going to wake people up. Because hopefully then next year, more than me, will have this goal to try to make, you know, I don't want to say the, you know, real fighting game players, but, like, you know, for people who have only done fighting games, to have the chance to be nominated. And I think that would be really cool. So, awards can do anything. Awards can do anything, honestly. So, I thought they were intended to, awards show can do all sorts of things. Honestly. And it's never, as with most of the things in the world, it's never usually one answer. So, in any case, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for watching. Once again, thank you to my dedicated fans who I know you guys are always jumping in here, sticking with me late at night. I know the late streams are not as easy to catch. I do have a goal of trying to start my streams earlier, but that's really going to depend on if I can fix my sleep cycle. So that's just what that's going to come down to. So I'll do my best, but that'll take time. So far, most of my streams are super late at night, which is good for some people, especially like those in Europe and stuff like that. But, we'll see what happens. Hopefully, I'll be able to get to a point where I can stream more often and earlier in the day. That's on me. That's my responsibility. And if you guys want to help encourage me all the time, definitely head to my Discord. Again, sorry, the Discord won't show up on YouTube. Let me paste it into YouTube for you guys. Like so. So that's the Discord link. Please someone try the Discord link and make sure it still works, because Discord links are weird like that. But if you guys can join there and, in like the general channel or anywhere, or even on like the, it was Tuesday channel or whatever like that, just tell me like, James, stream more. No big deal if you don't, but stream more. Just give me soft encouragement. That will definitely work. I am in Pacific Standard Time. I am in California, in the United States. So I'm Pacific Time. Currently Pacific Standard Time because we just left daylight time. So yeah, I'm in Pacific Standard Time, -8 from Greenwich Mean Time. So again, I'll try to do all this stuff. I'm trying to do a thing. And I know even in my Discord, I haven't posted to my health channel in a while because, yeah, I haven't gone to the gym in a few weeks because I've just been, my brain has been all over the place and I just haven't had a chance to get back there. But I definitely need to get back there and start taking care of myself again. So, yeah, jams with games in the Discord. And again, if you guys join the Discord, the more people in there, the more I can try to make that thing work with the thing and the thing, the matchmaking in my Discord can actually start working if we can get more people in there. Also, I am going to create channels where people who do subscribe or whatever, can also be rewarded by picking a match for me to analyze, because my match analyses are usually really, really good. Just don't give me a long match, because I can usually analyze like a round or two, and then I've already spent 5 hours. So, because that just kind of happens a lot. So I have not done the Silent Hill 2 stream at all. Yeah. Spam me on Discord to get me to play it. Absolutely, please. Like I said, the more, like, it sounds messed up, but the more pressure you guys give me, the more I will do it. And a lot of times it's like, I want to do it, but then I'm just like, I get stuck doing this, or, again, the same little tiny roadblocks get in my head. I was going to stream yesterday. I was going to record more Chun-Li combos in City of the Wolves. That's why this whole thing is up right now. But, like, I started being like, let me redo this combo. Let me do this. How did this one work? And then I just got lost in the sauce, which I should have just streamed anyway. But I would not have been communicating with people, but I should have did it anyway, but I didn't. And so, like I said, I just need to get it more into kind of like the habit. And like I said, I need to stream earlier and stuff like that. I make offhand remarks about me not having a lot of viewers, but that's 100% my fault because I stream once a week. Why would I have more viewers if I stream once a week, right? Like, it's just not going to work. So I just need to do better. So, if you guys do, encourage me, nudge me, I am totally down. I am totally, totally, totally down. Oh, you just picked up City of the Wolves. Nice. Okay. Actually, maybe I will. Maybe I will, because I really don't have a lot of experience with this game. And it might be fun just to actually try to learn this game along with my stream or something like that. I'll just create a lobby that some of us can just jump in there and just play or something like that. So, in any case, thank you guys for tuning in. Nathan is... What was that look, Nathan? Nathan just gave me the weirdest look. Like, he's like squinting, blinking kind of thing. Like, I don't know what he's doing. Like, oh, God. Why are you so cute? Oh, my God. Why are you so cute? It's so stupid how cute this cat is. Oh, God. Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. All right, guys. Thank you guys for tuning in. As I always say, the day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me,
it was Tuesday.
I'm probably not going to raid anybody tonight. I'm just going to take off. So thank you guys for tuning in, and I'll see you guys later. Peace out and take care.